Okay, let's everybody take their seats.
Oh, I'm so low here.
So,
I
the
feel like
chair.
Lily Tomlin.
Yeah, no, those
Trying to
chairs.
find your gavel.
Oh, we gave it away. Don't you remember?
Oh, we lost her gavel.
I lost my gavel. All right. All right.
They're yours now. You're ripped off.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
You're not a floor whip? What is your
Vice majority,
floor leader? Right,
whip
leader.
guy,
I guess
thing.
I'm flagging. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. It's gonna surprise me.
What's the title? What's the title gives you? Okay. What's that? No, I gave my gavel away. I gave my gavel away at the end of the session. No, who did I give it to? I gave it
To Jane.
Jane. I gave it to Jane. That's it. So, but I will get a new one. They do issue me a new one soon. But I guess I should have brought another one of my old ones in. But at any rate, good morning, everyone. I am John Hunt. I live in Rindge, New Hampshire. And over the year, you'll all get to hear one of my wonderful stories that I have since this is my 38th year I've been here. Having said that, I do want to begin with have introductions because we do have several new members, and then the new members can get to meet some of the old members. I would say this year is the least amount of turnover that Commerce had, and historically we've always had a lot of turnover. But this time around, it seems like everybody on the House, Republicans and Democrats, a lot returned and came back, which is good. So,
What did you say about Republicans?
both Republicans and Democrats
And
returned.
Democrats, okay.
Yeah, no, I said it's been a great coming back. And as you all notice, that my minority leader and I have gotten to know each other very well over the years, and things can be very casual here. So I know that other committees you'll find that we're not as casual as we are. So don't take what we happen to do here and then go think you can do it in another committee, because I've heard horror stories about that. So we'll go around. You're going to be first because I can't pronounce your name until I've heard you pronounce it for me.
Manoj Chaurasia.
Yeah, okay. You had to push the button on the right with the guy speaking. Yep, perfect.
Okay. Manoj Chaurasia from Hillsborough County, District 11.
Okay. Okay. Tell us a little something exciting about your life. And
Well, I am a IT professional and I am an entrepreneur too. And I have lived in Nashua for 22 plus years.
okay. All right. Next up, Pressa.
Hello, I'm Adam Priza.
Pizza.
I'm a master's student at New England College just down the road. And I'm also a realtor, so if any of you need to sell your house, just come to me. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Well, that's good because we used to have more real estate, but we thankfully got rid of condos and manufactured housing parks and those kind of issues, which no one wants to. We're happy to share with a separate committee, which Representative Cole is now vice chair of.
Thank you. Brian Cole, Manchester, New Hampshire, Hillsborough 26. I actually retired last year, so I'm going to be up here full time. Got my bachelor's degree in economics and finance and in accounting from Southern New Hampshire.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Porcelli. I represent Rockingham District 19, Hampton Falls, and Kensington on the beautiful seacoast. And I actually was a colleague with Manoj at a large financial services company up the street with the green line. So if you need any financial services help, talk to myself or Manoj.
My name is Keith Ammon. This will be my third term on the Commerce Committee and my fifth term in the House. And I'm excited about what we're going to do here in Commerce. I'm a software developer by trade and interested in some emerging technologies. That's one of my interests. So looking forward to meeting everybody.
Good morning. A Representative John Patusik from Rockingham 13, which is Derry. Derry has 10 reps. This is my fourth or fifth term on Commerce. I've been vice chair before, and I'm vice chair again, and I know a significant amount of the folks sitting on the other side of the room, and have known them for many, many years. And we've done some great work together. I'm looking forward to working with my compatriots on the committee, who I've been on with a bunch of years, and the new people. And I'm not usually this verbose.
And our clerk?
I am Lisa Post, and I cover New Boston, Mount Vernon, and Limeboro, along with Keith Ammon. We work together very well. This is my second term on Commerce. Previously, I was on Recreation and Development. My first term, I really enjoyed Commerce. The reason why I got on Commerce is because I put a bill in here, and I so enjoyed John Hunt's way of making everybody comfortable, and things were funny, and it made it very interesting as well, with all the four separate insurance, banking, liquor, and I just find it a really interesting committee to be in. And so I look forward to working with everybody again, and thank you very much for being here today, and I look forward to what you have to say.
Yeah, who knew that banking insurance could be fun?
Hi, I'm Anita Burrows. This is my fourth term, my third one in Commerce. Unlike Chairman Hunt, I have not been here since 1890. Anyway, the thing I like about this committee is that it's very bipartisan. I'm arguably a little prejudiced. I think it's the best committee to be on in the State House, because we all get along and we pass a lot of bills, and there's little, if any, animosity, and which is unusual.
Hi, I'm Carrie Spear. I represent National Ward 3. My background is all science and tech. And although I have been asked to be on the Science and Tech Committee as part of the loyal opposition, I chose this committee to be on it for my second term in loyalty to John, because he runs a really good committee, and I've subbed on all of them. And this one is the best committee.
Oh, I was going to.
Lily Walsh. I represent Rockingham 15, the town of Hampstead. My background was in high tech for companies like Wayne Labs and Hewlett Packard. And the continuing ode to John, I think that this is the best committee in the House. And I too have experienced some of the others for sitting in on them or having bills to present. So thank you for allowing me to be on it again. And I look forward to working with everyone. Thanks.
My name is Chris McAleer. My background is in financial services. I'm also a real estate agent, so you can come to me for all your stuff. You don't need to go to these guys. I represent Carroll County District 2. I live in the beautiful village of Jackson, New Hampshire. And my wife followed me down here today. She's going to, this is her first trip to Concord in the State House. She'll be introduced tomorrow, so looking forward to that. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julie Miles. I represent Hillsborough 12, which is Merrimack. I am a medical underwriting registered nurse, and I also work clinically at the Beth Israel Lahey Health System as a nursing supervisor for the house on the weekends. Commerce was my first choice, so I'm very thankful that I landed here. I look forward to working with you all, and my priorities are healthcare transparency, pharmacy benefit clarity, and access to health.
How's it going? My name is Jared Sullivan. I'm the state rep for Grafton 2, which is Bethlehem and Franconia, and I live in Bethlehem. It's my second term, and I kind of echo what everybody else says. I think it's the best committee to be on. I've sat in and subbed on other committees, and I've presented bills, and there's definitely a lot more animosity, and it seems to be less friendly if you're on another committee. So if some of the new people get a chance to go do that, I think you'll see what I mean after your experience working here. So anyways, I look forward to meeting everybody and working with those of you guys who I don't know.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Santosh Salvi. I live in Nashua since 1998. I'm state representative for Ward 5 in Nashua. By education, I'm a mathematician and a financial graduate. I'm running a company, company, global company, working in 4 countries. I'm a real estate investor as well. But mostly, the reason I'm here is I'm a social volunteer. I do a lot of community work for last 20 years, currently working with Nashua Soup Kitchen with 48 families, serving every Thursday for last 5 years, 120 to 140 homeless people. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we are missing, is it Chris Herbert? No, that's one there. We're over here. Okay, so we're missing Herbert and Gibbs. Okay, so in terms of what I'm going to do today, I do have a schedule in terms of the different departments, but I'm supposed to give you guys, especially for the new members, but the old members, to remind you of all the rules and regulations. So the first thing we do is take out our cell phones and make sure we have turned off the ringer on your cell phone. We do have a committee policy that if your phone rings during a public hearing, you're required to make your $5 donation to our coffee fund. So you have been warned. What do I carry here? Okay, you will be assigned a drawer. They'll be out here. There'll be a drawer. I mean, that drawer is your desk, your file box, your committee assistant, all in one drawer. So that'll be here. So please, when you end of the day, please don't leave things on the desk because they don't know what to do with it, and they probably get thrown away. In terms of the committee, we are 10 to 8, 10 Republicans, 8 Democrats. And one of the things unusual that we do on this committee, and we've been this tradition, so it's been almost 15 years, I guess, is that we're going to divide up into subcommittees. And we have 3 subcommittees. So when you hear the people testify, and you can kind of choose which subcommittee you want to be on. And the subcommittee choices is banking, business. So that'll be consumer protection type issues and the banking issues. Then we have the Liquor Commission, and the Liquor Commission is one of those things that years and years ago used to go to a different committee, but because I passed the direct shipping law, Donna Sitek thought it was a good idea that all the liquor bills come to this committee. So we've had it for a fair amount of years. And the marijuana legislation, because we had a bill that related to that the Liquor Commission would be the enforcement agency, that's why marijuana now comes to this committee. And I know we have Representative Sullivan has a bill. I've seen it already. And the last but not least is we have insurance. Now, in past years, we've kind of divided it up into health insurance and property and casualty, but we've had less and less PC bills and more health insurance bills, and it varies. So right now, that'll be just one committee, insurance. So think in terms of those three divisions, which ones you want to participate in. Three, because banking and business, banking businesses together. So it has varied somewhat over the years, and it really is the nature of the bills, but this seems to be the model, what we did last term, so it worked out pretty well. Okay. Public hearings. The big thing about a public hearing, and I guess for new members, just to emphasize that this is not the grand inquisition. All we're trying to do is someone comes in, the sponsor presents the bill, presents what they're trying to solve, because sometimes, or like most of the time, the bill doesn't actually do that the way it's written, and then it's up to this committee to sort through that, and then people will then get up and speak for and against it. We have an opportunity to ask questions. So, your questions really are, you're trying to gain information. You're trying to solve things in your head. But please do not try to get into debating with the person who's testifying, and try to make it quick as possible, and not have long, drawn-out questions. Representative Herbert's not here. No, you're not that bad, but you do like to have a little beginning speech with your questions. So, okay. So I know there's this rule 44, up to you what you do. All I can tell you is that historically, this is the way I've always treated it, is that every bill has a grain of truth. And even though we're all going to pretty much want to kill the bill, I don't take up bills the same day. We have that legislation that allows us to do that. I always believe that every bill should have 24 hours before we kill it. And so in terms of in this committee, what we do differently is that bill gets more than 24 hours, because any bill that we have will go to that subcommittee, and that individual subcommittee can then thrash over it or make a quick decision, whichever way it works, and then that is brought to the full committee. So by the time we get to our exec session, we have really each bill has had its second bite at the apple in that subcommittee, and it's had a process to be debated and discussed. So usually in our exec sessions, we are very expeditious in terms of moving bills out of this committee, unlike you'll hear from other committees where they can spend hours debating a bill, which we don't, because that debate should have happened on the subcommittee level. I guess other than that, do you have any ideas, anything else we should let everybody know?
I guess the only other thing, most people here have been here before, but we will have Dem caucuses and Republican caucuses outside of the hearings, and it's just so that Democrats can come to some kind of understanding of where we stand, and Republicans will do the same. But last 2 years, we seem to agree on most of the bills. It was actually a little scary.
Yes, no, we did really well. I tell everybody that in the 2 years, we didn't really have any major floor debates. Maybe the marijuana bill was a floor debate, but it wasn't that major of a floor debate. So, okay. Being now close to 10:30, we'll start in on the insurance department. And we are very lucky to have the insurance commissioner here with many of his cohorts.
You have an interesting definition of lucky, Mr. Chairman. So good morning, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see all of you. It's great to be back. Judging by the number of bills I've seen assigned to this committee, I'm going to be charged rent for the amount of time I think my team and I will be in here, but we're looking forward to it. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, my name is DJ Betancourt. I have the pleasure of serving as the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm joined by my colleagues, Deputy Commissioner Keith Nyan, Assistant Commissioner Jason Dexter, and in the back, Jennifer Smith, our Legislative Director. Along with our subject matter experts, these are the faces that you're going to see throughout the course of this term on legislation related to insurance, whether they be bills that the department has put forward or has asked all of you to put forward on our behalf, or whether we have come in to testify on insurance-related items that we think you should have some information or some background on as you deliberate and consider what you would like to do with the bill. So I think all of you have in front of you a slide presentation. I'm going to try to go through that as quickly as I can. The team and I have split up this presentation, so you don't have to hear me drone on and on. You can hear from them as well. So first and foremost, our mission. The mission of the New Hampshire Insurance Department is to promote the public good by ensuring the existence of a safe and competitive insurance marketplace through the development and enforcement of New Hampshire's insurance laws. We are committed to doing that in an honest, effective, and timely manner. What all of that really means for me is consumer protection. That is at the heart of the department's mission. And accomplishing that mission takes on many different types of forms, whether they be, as the mission statement says, ensuring good competitive insurance markets so that consumers have a lot of choices that they can make when they are getting their coverages, ensuring that the marketplace is competitive. I'm a firm believer in the free market system, but core to that system is a lot of competition taking place, companies competing for those covered lives, bringing forth better products, more quality products, and ultimately keeping the premiums affordable for the consumers. So consumer protection is really, as I've said, at the heart of our mission. Department overview, you can read about me. I'm not that interesting. What you should know is the department currently has 91 full-time and 2 part-time staff positions as part of the budget exercise that Governor Sununu asked us to go through this past fall. And I think what the incoming governor will hold us to is we're going to be a little bit slimmer. I think we ended up unfunding 3 or 4 positions and 2 part-time positions. So we are running, I think, very appropriately lean, but having enough staff to make sure that we are doing the job that we are supposed to do in an effective manner. A little bit about the department. So the New Hampshire Insurance Department was established in 1851, and we have the distinction here in New Hampshire of being the first state to create an insurance department. So that's a little interesting trivia for you as you're having lunch over at the Barley House or Tandy's or whatever. If they ask that question, you'll know 1851, New Hampshire was the first. You'll see the pertinent statutes before you as to where the rules and regulations as they pertain to insurance live within the vast world of New Hampshire statute. As you know, we are tasked with enforcement of the insurance laws of New Hampshire, some of the notable ones too, although I know this will be more of a focus of your colleagues over on the Ways and Means Committee, but it also includes the collection of premium taxes and fees. And then you'll deal with the second half of this note, which is the regulation of all insurance companies, producers, consultants, and adjusters. When you hear the word producers, by the way, you can think of that in terms of agents, both captive and independent agents, brokers, things of that nature, just to help you a little bit with the nomenclature. So in terms of revenue and funding, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Jason Dexter.
All right, thank you, JJ. Yes, again, my name is Jason Dexter, Assistant Commissioner over at the Insurance Department. Top of the slide says revenue and funding. Those are 2 different things for the purpose of this slide. Revenue is what the department collects for general fund revenue to fund the state budget. We do that a couple of different ways. We collect that through premium taxes, licensing fees, and administrative fines. We're going to talk a little bit more about licensing later on. And then the second part of that is the funding, and that's the funding of our department. We are a self-funded department. We do an administrative assessment each year to collect the funds to support our budget, which is roughly $13 million.
And then we collect that each year. And if we've underspent our budget, we do a little offset. So last year we invoiced about 12.6 million. That's revenue and funding. At this point with the presentation, we're going to get into a little bit about what we do in a little more detail. First thing on slide 6 speaks to licensing. We license many different types of entities, including companies, producers, adjusters, and TPAs as well. Keith's going to get into that in more detail on slide 15. Another thing we do on both our property casualty side and our life and health side is we review forms. So if an insurance company wants to put a new product out into the market, that's going to be an insurance form in the life and health side that comes to us. We review the form for compliance with our state laws and regulations. They can't sell it until we say okay. On the PNC side of the business, they do a file and use where they file. They can move those products into the market, but we do end up reviewing them, and if there are issues, we resolve them. With that, I'm going to turn it over to DJ. Back to you.
Thank you, Jason. Just a couple of other notes on that. So as Jason mentioned, we are a self-funded agency. Folks are often curious how that works. The insurance companies doing business in New Hampshire are assessed, and they are assessed based on a per capita of the written premium that they write here in New Hampshire. So obviously the assessment for some companies is greater than it is for other companies. We were able to lower the assessment up front coming into the next year. It'll be lower by about $500,000, which in the grand scheme of things, of course, is not a ton. But at a time when we are seeing a hardening of insurance markets, and I'll get a little bit more into that later, I think anything that we can do as a department to signal to industry that we're going to work with them and to assist them to get through these difficult markets, to get through this difficult period, I think it's a positive sign, not for us, but again, at the end of the day, it's all geared towards how can we help the consumers. So in fiscal year 24, we actually, as Jason mentioned, rebated back two companies over $2.7 million. It was the result of us doing a good job of carefully budgeting and keeping our eye on the spending within the department. We don't roll any dollars over. Whatever is not spent at the end of the fiscal year, again, is given back to the companies, because at the end of the day, it is their money. And we obviously hope that the money that is returned, they will apply to finding ways to reduce premiums for consumers, though they're not obligated to do that. So Keith.
Do
I think you're on licensing? It's our first day too. We're working out the kinks. Bear with us.
I think I'm excited. So why don't we jump ahead to producer licensing, which is actually a little bit forward in your presentation deck, or if you wish, Commissioner, we can go directly to, I think it's slide 13, talking about the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. It's a fairly robust looking slide. This is actually a great opportunity for us to segue into what it means to be in an industry which is state-based regulation, which is the insurance industry. Unlike our counterparts in financial services, in securities, and banking, insurance across this country is regulated at the state level. One of the biggest differences, or that people are confused by, is the fact that back in 2010, through the Dodd-Frank Consumer Protection Act, there was the creation of the Federal Insurance Office. The Federal Insurance Office is not a regulatory body. It's an advisory council. That office does provide information. There's a lot of coordination with our overseas counterparts in other insurance markets, but that is an advisory board primarily. Insurance is regulated at the state level. As the commissioner mentioned previously, New Hampshire was the first state insurance department. We currently license here in New Hampshire 1,228 insurance companies that do business. Additionally, there are, tying that back to our producers, we also license about 245,000 insurance producers and adjusters. Separating that out, we have 115,000, 114,000 adjusters. Back to the NAIC. The NAIC is an organization which, as the name suggests, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, is an association of all 50 state insurance departments as well as our 5 U.S. territories. The goal of the association is to bring uniformity to regulation across the country. The organization does that by supporting the insurance departments with information, as well as we meet annually to develop model laws and develop financial regulatory standards. Frequently, the department will bring forward bills in laws relative to financial regulation standards, those being model laws. That's to, again, bring uniformity across the country as we look to entities that not only write insurance in New Hampshire, but every other state as well. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Keith. So a couple of other core things that we do. We provide oversight for the financial health of the companies who are domiciled here in New Hampshire. So we conduct financial examinations and analysis of the companies doing business in New Hampshire to ensure financial solvency. Makes a lot of sense. It's awfully hard for a company to pay claims if they are bankrupt. So we make sure that that does not happen. We do that too through market conduct analysis and exams of companies doing business in New Hampshire. Again, to not just look at their financial health, but also to ensure that they are in compliance with New Hampshire's laws and regulations. Keith talked about the NAIC. Just to give you a little bit of insight as to how the financial examination piece works together across 50 states and 6 or 7 U.S. territories, however many there are. So the NAIC has an accreditation program that every state goes through every 5 years. And so what that means is they'll send their staff into the department to make sure that the process that we go through and all of the analysis that takes place of our domestic companies is up to appropriate standard. How this works is essentially a little bit of the full faith and credit type concept, which is we'll do the financial analysis, that deep level dive of all of the companies domiciled in New Hampshire, which means they're established here. This is their headquarters. And so by virtue of us having gotten accreditation from the NAIC, all of the other states know that they can rely on New Hampshire's analysis of our domestic companies so that when those companies want to go and write in their states, they know that they've got a company that has appropriate financial health and reserves to pay claims, and then vice versa. When a company wants to come in and write in New Hampshire, we know that the state that they're domiciled in has done their due diligence on the financial side of things. So the NAIC is a pretty important entity. Insurance is really the last bastion of a major industry in the United States of America that is predominantly regulated at the state level. The ACA obviously has a pretty significant impact on the health insurance side of things, but everything else predominantly handled at the state level, and the NAIC helps for us to coordinate to make sure that there is some uniformity so that companies are not having to deal with a vastly different patchwork of regulatory environments. Other things that we do is we investigate and prosecute insurance fraud. So in fiscal year 25, we had 457 referrals to the department, opened up 24 new cases, and made 15 submissions for prosecutions. Our fraud team works with the county attorneys, we work with the Attorney General's office, and we work with the U.S. Attorney's office. My team will do all of the investigation. They'll put basically the case together for the prosecutor and then hand it over to the prosecutor for his or her decision as to whether or not they want to bring the case forward. Additionally, our enforcement unit looks at the producers in the companies to make sure that they are not running afoul of laws and rules. So I kind of distinguish between the two units this way. The fraud unit looks at crimes that may have been committed by the public to the insurance industry. The enforcement team looks to see that the insurance industry is not doing anything that it should not do that is going to impact consumers. In fiscal year 24, our enforcement team investigated 313 cases and assessed $856,000 worth of fines. We also conduct public hearings, including workers' compensation premium rates, as well as our annual hearing for cost drivers in healthcare in New Hampshire. Just a little bit of background on workers' comp. So last year, we approved the 13th consecutive reduction in workers' compensation rates. It was lowered by an additional 5.6% for 2025. And over the course of that 13-year period, New Hampshire has seen a 65% reduction in our workers' compensation rates, which is obviously a very, very positive development for our business community. I get to make the announcement every year. Truth be told, we don't get a ton of credit for that because we don't deserve a ton of credit for that. The credit really does go to the business community, which has taken a lot of steps over the years to make their workplaces safer, to make the best care available for them, so that, God forbid, when an injury takes place at work, the person is getting that care right away and getting back into the workforce, getting back to work more quickly. So it really is a testament to the responsible nature of New Hampshire's business community. So they truly do deserve the credit, and they're reaping their just rewards for that. Next up, to protect consumers. So our consumer division takes lead on that. Those are 7 people in our department who all day, every day that they are at work, are taking in calls from consumers. We get a little over 6,000 calls, I think, a year that come into the consumer division. I'd say about 5,000 of those 6,000 are questions that consumers have. What does this mean in my policy? What does this term mean? We get a lot of questions about actual cash value, a lot of questions about aftermarket parts, a lot of questions about EOBs when you're talking about health insurance. Insurance is complex. And as I say all the time, consumers generally know 2 things about insurance. They pay the premiums, they definitely know that. And the policy is hanging out in the safe or the shoebox in the closet with the rest of the important papers that they hope they never have to actually deal with or read. And then something happens in insurance. Unfortunately, when you need your insurance policy, it almost certainly means that something bad has happened. Now they're in a heightened level of stress, and they're trying to wade through a very complex document that really and truly they're taking a look at for the first time. And so, unsurprisingly, that generates a lot of questions. We take those in. We really do encourage consumers to work with an independent insurance agent, not just so that they can work with that agent to get the best premiums possible. An independent agent could look across the full insurance landscape and really tailor a set of products that may work best for that individual or that individual and their family, but also because that independent agent could be a great resource to them to help them, again, understand some of the more complex terminology and provisions within their policy. But for those who don't work with an agent, we are here as well. So 5,000, as I've said, are questions. The other 1,000 or so are formal complaints against their insurance company. The consumer division did a really phenomenal job over the course of the last fiscal year. They brought in over $6 million in consumer restitution, which was far and away a record for the department. Not sure why that is. I'll give the credit to the team. They're doing a good job digging into the issues and being aggressive on behalf of the consumer, which is great. But they're obviously continuing to do their good work. And then in addition, we provide expertise and support. That looks like data and statistical analysis of healthcare costs and premiums in New Hampshire. We analyze and administer the ACA as appropriate, which is to say how the federal government asks us to do it. And then we have laws and rules that promote financially sound principles and provide consumer protection. Again, a lot of that work is done by our consumer division as well. Turn it back over to Jason.
Thank you, DJ. Just a couple quick hits on this slide here, where what we do a collection of premium taxes, enforcement penalties, and fees. We've got a tax department with 3 individuals that are focused on making sure the right amount of taxes is invoiced and collected. And then they do a lot of auditing related to what they've done there. They also will collect the enforcement penalties if those are coming out of either our enforcement unit or penalties for some other late payments or that sort of item. And then the fees are also worked through our business unit as well. So we have a team of business units working on that. They're all kind of collaborating together to make sure we get the right amount of funds into the department. As far as there's an item on here about participation. One says we participated in the legislative process. Well, here we are. And one of those subcommittees that Representative Hunt will certainly be a big part of that one and are often over here. DJ is going to get into that in much more detail later. And we already covered NAIC. We jumped ahead for that. So thank you, Keith. Turn it back to you.
Very good. So in terms of the department and you, the legislature, as those of you who have been on this committee before know, we'll come in and provide insurance expertise. Most of the time that looks like one of our subject matter experts coming in and providing to you some insight and some reflections on what they are thinking in terms of the proposal before you. So we'll do that testimony. We will assist legislative services with certainly fiscal notes, drafting from time to time. We really do work incredibly hard to function as a nonpartisan, unbiased resource. Anytime that we provide a perspective on something, it is through the lens of what the department's mission is. Now, I will say that in the past, there has been what I think is some fair criticism that we've come in and officially stated our position to be neutral, that we're just here to provide some information and then would proceed to provide testimony that very clearly made it such that we were favoring one side or the other. I really am going to try to be far more upfront and candid about what we think of some things, just so that we're all being on the level here. One thing that I will say is we may initially come in and have no position on a piece of legislation. Chairman Hunt, as he has a tendency to do, will look at the thing and say, I think as he's already referenced earlier, I understand what you're trying to do here, but what this bill doesn't do that. So Insurance Department, could you please take this and rewrite the whole thing and get it so that it does what the sponsor wants it to do? And so we'll go ahead and do that. You know, if in the process of that, we really do come around to saying, you know, this as a result of this intensive collaboration with the sponsor, with the committee, is now a proposal that we can really get behind. I do want to reserve the right to change our official position from neutral to either in support, or if the bill takes a different turn with a series of amendments, to switch the position to being in opposition depending on which way it goes. But I am going to try to be, and I've told my team to really try to be far more upfront and candid about what the sentiments of the department are at the outset. So some of the folks that you may see come through, depending on the subject matter, Doug Bartlett, who is the director of our financial regulation unit, should there be a proposal that deals with how we monitor the financial solvency of an insurance company. James Fox, who is the director of our property and casualty division. He'll be in if it's a P&C bill. And Michelle Heaton will be a regular face that you will see. Again, judging by the number of bills I've seen coming forward, you'll see her quite a bit, but she's the director of our life and health unit. So all of the health insurance bills that you'll deal with, Michelle will be here to provide some expertise. I think we hit the financial regulation piece between Keith and I, but there's some information there for you in writing, and I think we can turn to Keith for a little bit more of a dive into the property and casualty.
Thank you, Commissioner. So really what I wanted to do is kind of talk about both structure-wise, our property and casualty unit. As the Commissioner mentioned, James Fox is the director of that unit. You'll hear from him frequently. Our health director, Michelle Heaton, you'll hear from her as well. Both of the units are structured basically in the same format in that each unit oversees a compliance team, which again is the pre-issue, reviewing all the forms and the applications that consumers will see, kind of a pre-issue compliance review. There's also an actuarial component to that. So each team has an actuarial staff. That actuarial works with the compliance team in looking at rates and forms to make sure that the products are priced according to our state laws. There's also a legal support unit that supports each division. We refer to those attorneys as our product line attorneys. Each of those has an expertise in whether it be financial regulation or life and health products or property and casualty products. Each has an expertise that they add to their respective product silo. And then lastly, each unit has a market conduct unit. The market conduct unit is responsible for post-product issue enforcement of our laws and regs, such that when our complaint division identifies a particular issue or trending practice or grievance or issue within the industry, the market conduct team will go into the companies, essentially doing an operational audit, looking for systemic practices, and can work with our enforcement division to take action against those entities. So each of those product divisions are structured in the same way, again, focusing on form review, ensuring a competitive marketplace, transparency in premium development, and ultimately holding carriers accountable for the way they conduct themselves within our insurance market. And lastly, that market conduct team is also making sure that claims are being processed and paid properly.
So before I get into the life and health deep dive with you, I mentioned before that we are working with industry to assist them through what I have termed as to be a hard market. And I just want to define that very quickly, give you a very quick background as to what is driving this particular hard market, purely for the reason that I think you're probably hearing from a lot of your constituents complaints about why their homeowners and auto insurance is going up. Well, let me explain to you a little bit of what is going on. So the term hard market is an insurance term, which means that demand for particular types of coverage is at traditional levels or higher, but access to that coverage is more restricted. It's a basic supply-demand type dynamic, that where the access to that coverage is being tightened, the cost for what remains is obviously higher. So why is that? Companies are being more careful and more restrictive as to the types of risk exposure that they are exposing themselves to. The reason for that, and this is a pretty unique hard market, are some things that typically drive hard markets. Things like inflation, things like interest rates, costs are going up on things. Now, some of that over time will obviously abate. Inflation will eventually come down. Interest rates will eventually come down. But there are some things that we're going to have to get comfortable with being here for the long term. So, for example, we've made great innovations in what we put in terms of technologies into our vehicles and into our homes. For a long time, I'm very cheap. I was driving around in a car that didn't have air conditioning in it. I didn't want to get it fixed. I didn't need it. I rolled the windows down. I'm cheap that way. My wife, on the other hand, has a car that gives her a back massage as she's going up 93. She has different priorities than I do. Point being is that back massager is expensive. And so when it breaks, it's obviously expensive to get the parts to fix it, the expertise that's needed to do the work. I've obviously made more of a lighthearted example there, but all of the new safety features that are now in vehicles and all of those things are great. We want citizens to be as safe as they possibly can be in their homes and in their vehicles. But again, all of that technology comes with a cost. And I don't see anyone clamoring to go back to the days of the Model T or the Fred Flintstone mobile. So that technology is going to be here to stay. And so that's going to be a pretty consistent thing that puts some pressure on premiums going forward, but that's manageable. The thing that is more difficult for us to directly impact is that companies are seeing huge losses across the country for catastrophic weather events. And we are seeing data that is undeniable that the frequency and severity of these storms, and they're not just storms, there are other weather-related catastrophes. Again, not just the hurricanes that hit Florida or the Gulf Coast or the Carolinas, it's also the wildfires that eat up half of California seemingly at the end of every summer and beginning of every fall. It is some of those bizarre weather phenomena that take place in the Midwest and the Rocky Mountain region. All of that creates a lot of damage And obviously, the companies have to insure that damage, and it's very, very expensive. And we're seeing more of that with greater frequency. And so that is driving some of this hard market as well. I'm going to be bringing forward for your consideration later in the term something that I think can help homeowners in particular get through this, because none of us single-handedly have an influence on how we handle why these weather things are going on. But we can, I think, bring some relief to bear. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit later. So all of that coming together as one really is causing a lot of companies to tighten up on their underwriting. A number of them have stopped writing certain lines of business. And so again, when you don't have the same access to the coverages that you've had in the past, it drives up premiums. And so that's why a lot of folks are saying, I don't understand why my premiums went up $100, $200 from last year. I haven't put a claim in 20 years. As much as we like to think we're the captains of our own destiny here in New Hampshire, insurance is a very interconnected industry, interconnected across all 50 states, but really internationally speaking, particularly when you're talking about reinsurance, which is also a challenge that a lot of our insurance carriers are facing, having trouble holding on to their reinsurer or having their reinsurer increase their premiums, which obviously has a downshift cost onto the companies themselves. So some of these things will eventually flesh themselves out. Other things, again, will have to be prepared for the long term. But that, in a nutshell, is why some of your constituents are seeing what they're seeing. We always, always, always encourage consumers, again, to work with an independent agent to shop their coverage. New Hampshire, despite being a small state, has over 200 companies competing for homeowners insurance and auto insurance coverage here in New Hampshire. So there are options out there for consumers. And again, we encourage them to take advantage of that and to shop around to see who might be able to give you a better price for the coverage that you need. In terms of life and health, again, Keith described kind of the model for how these units work. But we'll come in and talk about things that will impact the large group market, the small group market, the individual market. I'm pleased to say, and we touted this quite heavily, that New Hampshire's average benchmark premium is $325, which is the lowest in the nation, per the Kaiser Family Foundation and Wallet Hub, who did analysis of that. We're very, very proud of that. Now, people ask, how is this possible? Many different reasons for it. I think the one that is most pertinent to all of you in this room is that we are very careful about the types of burdens that we put on the backs of our insurers. We obviously want to ensure appropriate consumer protection. We want to ensure that fundamental coverage is there for conditions, to be sure, but we don't typically see this legislature moving forward with huge, expensive, burdensome mandates. And so all of that helps to keep costs under control. We also, as a state, work very collaboratively with industry. The reason being is, appreciate the fact that we have, as I've said, a very competitive P&C market. In our individual market, for a state of 1.35 million people or so, we now have 4 players competing in that market, which is great. We just had a new market entrant for 2025, WellSense. So we now have 4 players. And Representative Hunt and I can remember not all that long ago, we were worried about whether we were going to see a complete collapse of our individual market, which is to say all of the players are going to pull out of the market. But because all of us, the executive branch, the legislative branch, across the board, worked collaboratively with industry and gave them assurances that we would work with them and bring what tools that we had available to bear to get them through that rough patch, we not only preserve the market, but we set ourselves up for a lot of success, both in terms of cost and in terms of additional competition. And so we're very, very proud of that. Next, we'll go over to Keith.
Thank you, Commissioner. So as we talk about other legislative initiatives, we already mentioned producers and adjusters that we license at about $245,000, 245,000 producers, agents, adjusters in the state of New Hampshire. Additionally, that particular unit is also responsible for conducting the licensing examinations of those agents, as well as the continuing education of those agents. With the advent of, and there are other certain fees that are collected in association with those licenses. As with the advent of technology, there have been some developments over the last 18 months in particular, which we have been able to more efficiently collect some of those fees. So there will be an introduction of some bills which will help see some of those fees reduced in recognition of those technology advances. That's it.
I think we've hit all of the materials on the next slide, so we're just going to skip over that. I don't want to run too long. So the next two slides are contact information should you need to get a hold of us, some places where you can direct consumers to, some sites that you can go to for additional information. You know, again, the last thing that I'll stress is we really do try to take a pragmatic and common sense regulatory philosophy at the department. And that's not anything that I can take particular credit for. That is an attitude and approach that has developed in the department over many, many years. And people often ask me, why the collaboration? Why try to work with the companies to solve problems rather than taking a more heavy regulatory hand? And again, the reason for that is appreciate that New Hampshire represents less than 0.5% of the total written premium in the United States of America. People in the C-suites in New York City and Hartford, Connecticut are not sitting in those boardrooms saying to themselves, you know what we've got to do? We've got to somehow break into that New Hampshire market. There are untold financial windfalls to be had if we can just get into that New Hampshire market. No. They want to do business in New Hampshire because we are a good place to do business. We are a good risk as a state. We are a highly educated people. We make good decisions. We are a safe state to be. You see all of the metrics and rankings that the various organizations put out, and New Hampshire always fares right at the top of the list in terms of best in all of those quality of life metrics. And that's the reason that companies want to do business here. And because we do collaborate with them, because I do have the ability, when there are small little things that come up, to pick up the phone and call the head of that company and basically say, knock it off, please. And they do. It helps us to address problems a lot faster, whether they be systematic problems or whether they be a problem that's impacting one consumer. And we're able to quickly resolve that problem for that particular individual. That collaborative approach, that pragmatic, common sense approach, I think has served not only to best enforce the laws and the rules that you all in the legislature have brought forward over the years, but the department has brought forward as well. But again, it also ensures that the consumer protection mission is being accomplished in the best manner possible. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take all of your questions. I apologize. Obviously, I think what we do is very, very important. I'm never going to be as exciting as the liquor and the lottery guys.
No. It's I think it's important pointing out is the diversity and the importance of all the things that the department does do that this committee needs to know about. Yes.
So I have two questions. You mentioned that you're going to be more proactive, I guess. Maybe that's not the right word. Give us more information as to what your opinion is on things. And I found that in the past 2 years, it's been difficult when you don't give your opinion. So I appreciate that you're going to do that. But one thing I ask, because by now most of you know how I do stuff, I really would like you to give us the reasons why you have the position that you have.
Sure.
Because that'll save me a few hours in my...
No, I appreciate that, Representative. And let me say, this is a unique moment for me. I've never been told that I've been shy to give my opinion on anything.
But I want to know why. The second thing was when we ended last year, and I think this is the right place to ask the question, and if I'm wrong, then please tell me. And I have been participating in it, the ambulance study. So when are we going to see the results of that?
Any minute now.
Really?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we do have legislation to
Couple of them.
couple of bills.
Yeah.
So yes, Representative Barrows.
I have two quick questions. One, so I was very torn. I was asked to sign on to an ambulance pricing bill this year, and I declined because of that commission. So I take it that was probably a good move.
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Yep. So just very briefly, for those who were not here, for those who have been here, Representative Hunt in particular know, we have had a very robust discussion over a very, very long period of time regarding ground ambulance. And at its core, the issue is, while there are balanced billing protections at both the state and federal level for nearly everything in health insurance these days, the last frontier of medical services that do not have balanced billing protections for consumers is ground ambulance. And how that comes about is, long and short, the ambulance providers and the insurance carriers are not able to come to an agreement to get them in network. They're not able to agree as to what the rate schedule is going to be for the services that they provide. So as a result of that, they're out of network. So the insurance carrier will pay the provider whatever amount they pay to an out-of-network provider. So using round numbers, for example, let's say you're a commercially insured individual, you need a ride to the ambulance, that ride is $1,000. The insurance carrier says, we reimburse not out-of-network providers $200. And so what happens is the balance of that, the $800, gets shipped off to the consumer. And the consumer oftentimes has no idea what that bill is for. A lot of times it is a financial stretch for them. It's a real burden for them. And they can't understand why this is happening when they have insurance coverage. And so we've tried to, over the years, figure out how to address that. And so where we landed at the end of last session was you all in the legislature asked the department to conduct an actuarial study of what the appropriate rates should be for commercial insurance carriers to give to providers for ground ambulance. Now appreciate, and you'll see this reflected in the report, 80% or so of ground ambulance rides are for individuals who get their insurance coverage through one of the government programs, meaning either Medicare or Medicaid. And as you know, those rates are fixed. They're non-negotiable. The federal government sets the Medicare rates. They also set the Medicaid rates. The state has some play in that as well. And I think in the last budget, you in fact increased Medicaid rates for ground ambulance a bit, which was very, very helpful. And so what you're left in what we're talking about are the 20% of those rides who are from individuals who have commercial insurance coverage. I will tell you that the report reflects a lot of what I hypothesized would be the case when we first launched this study, which is to say that carriers need to increase their rates. They need to bump those rates up, particularly for providers servicing areas defined as rural or super rural, because those rides are less frequent, but the distances are longer, and the providers have no less of an obligation to ensure an appropriate state of readiness. But also, the reality of it is, it's not as much as I think the providers want. And I think that, again, it comes back to what I've said now for quite some time. Yes, some of the rates need to increase, and that's reflected in the report. But if you want long-term stability for those ambulance providers, they need to analyze their current business model and make adjustments to their business model. Because at present, barring, again, some significant increase in Medicare or Medicaid rates, it's just not sustainable long-term. And what I don't think is fair is for us to say, well, because the providers are not getting what they need from Medicare and Medicaid to sustain their current operations, what we need to do is to greatly increase the costs onto the 20% of the commercial market to essentially subsidize what they're not getting. I don't think that that's fair. And again, if you were to go with some of the rates that some of the providers have suggested, you are going to see very significant premium increases for consumers which again is not something we want to see given the advantageous position the state currently sits in, having some of the lowest average monthly premiums in the nation. So that's a little bit of the background there. That's a little bit of a sneak peek as to what you're going to see in the report when it comes out this afternoon.
Further question?
Okay. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but just to make it a quick question. Are you actively involved with the negotiation between Anthem and St. Joseph's?
Actively, I don't know how to define that exactly. So I'm certainly involved. I'm certainly involved. And again, I'll give a little bit of a background, although I think it's been pretty public. So Anthem and St. Joseph Hospital in Nashua have had a very, very difficult time negotiating a new contract for St. Joe's to remain in network with Anthem. Typically, and over our history as a department, we very, very rarely get directly involved in a negotiation between a provider and a carrier. A number of different reasons for that, not the least of which is because if you were to give me some sort of authority to arbitrate or mediate these disputes, we'd have to add an additional unit to the department to handle all of the differences of opinion that crop up in these negotiations. But also because there's an inherent unfairness in the sense that when I've got those two parties in the room, I regulate the insurance carrier. I don't regulate the provider. And so that insurance carrier in that dynamic is at a disadvantage. And that's just not fair to them. In this case, however, and I'm very, very narrowly defining why we took the action that we did, and you can label this as the Betancourt Doctrine if you'd like, but obviously Anthem is the state's largest insurance carrier. Nashua is New Hampshire's second largest community. St. Joseph is a huge player in the, not only in Nashua, but the surrounding communities as well. But the biggest issue for me was the dispute was coming at a time when we are on the very tail end of the open enrollment period. And so a lot of people have made decisions as to which coverage they've chosen for themselves and their families on the assumption that St. Joseph Hospital will be in network with Anthem, because when they looked at the different plans, they obviously looked a lot about what the premium looks like and the deductible, but also what the network looks like. They obviously want to be in network with the providers that are closest to them or the providers that they have long-standing relationships with. And so for this potential fissure to take place at this particular time, I thought was pretty problematic. And we were hearing from a number of you, senators as well, two governors' offices, that they were very, very concerned about this situation. And so later this afternoon, representatives from Anthem and St. Joseph will come over to the department, and I will share with them the resources that the department has, that we can make available to them to hopefully get them a little bit closer to an agreement. People ask me what those resources are. We have a very comprehensive all claims database that could potentially be very helpful. We have a data analytics unit. My math nerds, as I affectionately refer to them as, who can help crunch numbers for them. We can be a neutral arbiter of information, track some things down. So we can be helpful that way. But obviously, I do want to share with them some of what I've been hearing from citizens and some of what I've been hearing from you, because this has obviously created a great deal of anxiety for a lot of people. And again, it's a really tough time for this all to be coming to a head. So I am going to bring them in for a conversation, and hopefully that proves fruitful in ultimately getting them back into an agreement.
Representative Porcelli has a question.
Thank you for taking my question. So Representative Burrows and I participated in a short discussion about one very important issue here in New Hampshire, which is mental health accessibility, to provider accessibility. And we found out that you already had a very robust study group that was already looking into that issue. So I wanted to know if you were able, and it was comprehensive, you had a lot of different organizations and resources available. So we didn't want to duplicate that work. So I wanted to know if your commission completed that work, if there was results published, any conclusions, and if so, where we could find that information out.
Sure. So the department, about a year or so ago, brought back its Behavioral Health Advisory Committee. And so it's a standing committee of a broad array of stakeholders. They include the insurance carriers, they include advocates, providers, legislators, members of the public, who come together and share with the department different trends and different issues that they are seeing in terms of access to behavioral health services and treatments. And it drives a lot of what we focus our attention on. And it also helps us to get some feedback from them on some different legislative proposals that you will all bring forward to us or have a conversation with us about, that you're thinking about bringing forward. No study per se, because that work is ongoing. That's a standing group within the department, and we're not letting those guys go anytime soon. But obviously, we did a lot of work for the legislature this summer and fall with the study committees that you all brought forward. I thought you all did a lot of good work. There was a lot of excellent information I think we were able to dig into and better understand together. But if there's a particular issue or particular concern that you are hearing from your constituents or you're hearing in general, bring them to me and I'll put it on the agenda for that advisory committee to take a look at and share their perspective. And if we need to do a deeper dive or do additional work into that issue, we will certainly do that. I will tell you that mental health is my number one priority as commissioner. I take it incredibly seriously. In fact, we were successful in getting a $40,000 grant from the NAIC for the Northeast Zone to do a mental health parity compliance symposium, which is going to bring together regulators from the Northeast states. NAIC defines Northeast as the District of Columbia, all of the states going north up to Maine. And so that will be, I think, next week or the week after. We're going to bring all of the mental health MAPIA experts together in those states and share best practices. Again, I think over the course of the term, we'll talk a lot about mental health, but there are some areas within MAPIA compliance that remain incredibly difficult for regulators to get their arms around, particularly the non-quantitative treatment limits. Some states have developed great tools to be able to assess whether there's parity in those areas, and we want to engage in my favorite kind of R&D, which is to rip off and duplicate anything that another state is doing that is working really, really well. We want to make sure that we're bringing that to bear here in New Hampshire, again, to the benefit of the people of this state.
Representative Teresa.
So I have a basic question. Based on the presentation that you gave, it seems like you have two departments, one that takes care of the consumer rights and consumer interests and protects them, and the second, which also helps the insurance businesses, like processing their fraud cases and et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure your department must be getting revenue based on, because you're helping them processing those. So my question is that you have two divisions, one catering to the interests of consumers and the other catering to the interests of the businesses. How do you walk a fine line between these two divisions? Because some of the cases, I'm sure it comes where you can be biased either way, or you can make opinion, or you can make judgment based on one side or the other. So how do your department walk a fine line?
Sure. So I think, though the presentation may have made it appear as though there are some units within the department that are siloed off, I can assure you that all of the units work incredibly well together. There's interconnectivity within everything that we do. As an example, our consumer division is obviously the most public-facing unit within the department in terms of talking with consumers every day, working with the public through issues. But if they begin to see a number of calls that are coming in related to the same issue, related to the same carrier, that information gets passed along to one of the units. So whether it's a P&C thing that they're seeing or whether it's a health insurance thing that they're seeing, it'll get passed off to that unit, and the market conduct teams within that unit will then take it and begin to assess whether or not there needs to be an exam. And let me just say, people think that the most uncomfortable thing that the department can do to an insurance company is to fine them. That's actually not true. The most uncomfortable thing we could do to an insurance carrier is to put them through a market conduct exam. And what that looks like is, again, let's say we've identified a particular issue taking place with a particular carrier or a particular set of carriers. We will launch a market conduct exam and we will embed our examiners in that company. And we will say we want to see 2,500 or so files picked at random, again, targeted at a specific issue, and they will go through each and every one of those files. And along the way, they're marking all of the areas where there have been a violation of state law or a violation of state rule. And by the way, we charge the companies for the pleasure of hosting us, which can get very, very expensive. And then at the end of that process, when we've tallied up all of the violations that we've discovered, then we fine them. It could be a very, very expensive proposition. Now, again, I'm being a little bit lighthearted here. The attitude of the department over many years and my attitude as commissioner, I'm not looking to be punitive. I'm just trying to correct behavior. I'm trying to ensure that we are addressing the problem or the experience, the negative experience that the consumer is having. Sure, we will find companies because we've got to hold them accountable and we want to ensure that they are adequately taking the steps they need to take to fix whatever it is we've asked them to fix. And it's not just a fine, there's a corrective action plan that will also accompany the end of an exam as well. And typically what I try to do is to put a really large fine suspended over that corrective action plan to say, you're going to have a period of time to make these changes. Make sure you make them, because if not, over a year or two period, we'll go ahead and assess that full fine, and you're not going to want that. So we really do try to work together. In terms of bias, the law is always the anchor. The law is always the tether for us as a department. What does the law, what does the rule set forth? And we look to apply that in the most appropriate manner possible. And so sometimes the result of that will be something that is favorable to the company, and sometimes that is a result that will be favorable to the consumer. And if the outcome is not one that you want to see, you always have the opportunity to bring forward a piece of legislation to change the law. And if you change the law, I'll enforce that one.
Fair enough. Thank you. So Representative Petusik would like the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. DJ and I go back a long way. As commissioner and as a rep in Derry, Derry has a lot of people, and we have 10 reps, but a lot of the folks know that I deal with insurance problems. In the past 2 years, I've had two constituents notify me that they were having problems with their insurance companies. I sent out an email to DJ personally, and it was acknowledged within a half hour that he would have somebody take care of it. A couple of days later, my constituent got a hold of me and said, I don't know how you did it, but the problem's being taken care of. And this is typical of my contacts with the insurance people. They do great work, and they do it quickly, and my constituents love you guys. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Well, I appreciate that very much, Representative Petusik. We take customer service very, very seriously. There are advantages and disadvantages to being a small state. I think one of the advantages that people should have living in a small state is that when you have a problem, you should be able to get an individual on the phone or by email very, very quickly to address your issue. We're a small team, but we're a good team. I'm biased, of course. But we really do try to be very nimble and turn things around very, very quickly for constituents. And I'm glad to get that positive feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, next up is Banking Department. And again, we are very privileged to have the bank commissioner here. Great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So I have a handout that's going around. I put a few extras over there. I don't want to spend a lot of time going through the handout, but it just gives some high-level information about the banking department. Good morning. For the record, my name is Amelia Galderian. I'm the bank commissioner for the state of New Hampshire. This feels very close to me, so I'm going to push it away.
It has to be.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll put it close.
It won't bite.
I'm happy to be here to give you some high-level information about the banking department. But most importantly, I'm here to introduce my team because they will be the people who you will be seeing and interacting with. And I feel like that's the most important part, that you all know who you can reach out to at the banking department if you have an issue. So I'll get started with that. So to my left is Deputy Commissioner Mike Moranti. He most frequently will be watching you on camera. He will probably not be here too much, but if you have an issue, he's available to be reached out to, but he is the one who usually is watching the hearings going in the background. To my right is General Counsel Seth Zaraki. He's probably the face you're going to see the most. He generally, either him or his deputy Bob, will come in and testify about legislation on behalf of the banking department. So he's somebody who you're going to see a lot of. Behind me is Public Information Officer Ian Clark. He tracks all of our legislation for us. Similarly, he will also be watching on the camera, probably won't be here too much, but he is our primary legislative tracker and always keeps us well informed about what's going on. And probably watching on camera right now is Deputy General Counsel Bob Lamberti, who could not be here today for health reasons, but he is another face who you will be seeing here. So to look at my hand, oh, do you have a question?
Yeah, can you make sure when you're done, you can?
Yes, the non-microscopic version. Yes, I can provide that. I apologize.
Really
There's
testing my
no
contact
way.
lenses
Yeah,
today.
I had it even smaller when it was a slide in the slideshow, and I was like, "This is not going to work."
Thank you.
So I'm happy I can provide this whole thing to you digitally, so you can have
That'd
it
be
that way.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. There's no good way to give the handout with that. I apologize. So to go into the handout, the first slide is the mission of the department. The summary of that slide is we are a consumer protection focused regulatory agency that supervises the financial services sector. So we regulate banks, credit unions, trust companies, and several different types of licensed consumer credit entities. So money transmitters, think PayPal, Western Union. We regulate small loan lenders, which includes title lenders and payday lenders. We regulate mortgage companies of all shapes and sizes, so mortgage servicers, mortgage brokers, et cetera. And we regulate debt adjusters. So those are the folks who negotiate debt payments on behalf of consumers. So that's a little bit of our mission. We supervise those entities in three major ways. We conduct examinations, we monitor offsite data that's submitted to us by those entities, and we investigate consumer complaints. The next slide gives a little bit more detail about the jurisdiction of the department. We have 45 state chartered trust companies that we regulate, 17 state chartered banks. We do use the terms licensed and chartered a lot when we come and present to you. And so the difference between a licensed and a chartered entity is the licenses renew every year. So we have we have over 7,000 licensees, but some of those are individual mortgage originators. But we have about 2,000-ish that we are responsible for examining and take consumer complaints on, et cetera. So moving right along, I have a slide that talks pretty high level about examination, our examination and enforcement authority, additionally investigating into consumer complaints. What you need to know is that entities that are regulated by us, if they're chartered by us, we go in to examine them about every 18 months. There are some exceptions. We can go in sooner if we need to. So that's the banks, credit unions, and trust companies. We go in and look at every 18 months routinely. and more often if there's an issue. We also work with our federal counterparts a lot. So the FDIC, the NCUA for credit unions, sometimes the CFPB, and the Federal Reserve. So all of those federal entities come in and do examinations with us. The licensed entities that I talked about, the money transmitters, mortgage companies, et cetera, are examined every 24 months, give or take, unless there's an issue. If it's a new company, we go in a little sooner, et cetera. When it comes to an enforcement action, we have several different types of enforcement actions we do. The main takeaway is that part of being, I think, a good regulator and really effectively protecting consumers is promoting a vibrant financial services sector so that the companies, they have lots of options of who they can go to and that they're safe and well regulated. So we try not to be punitive. We try to work with companies to bring them into compliance. That's really the goal of any sort of enforcement action that we do. You can get a flavor for the enforcement actions on our website. They're all public. We did revamp our website in the last couple of years, and it's very user-friendly, I think, or at least much more than it used to be. So that's the examination enforcement slide. We also have a slide about how the banking department is funded. In a nutshell, we're a self-funded agency. So we get an appropriation from the legislature, and then over the course of the fiscal year, we collect fines and fees, and at the end of the year, an assessment if we need to pay back that appropriation, essentially. That's that slide. We also have a strategic plan, which I put on here. Again, it's microscopic. I apologize. But I did include our website where you can go read the full thing. It ends in 2025, so we're getting ready to do a new strategic plan. And you can go and look at, we've tried to update it as we go, the version on our website, so you can see what we've accomplished on that strategic plan. So I think I'm pretty proud of that. In terms of upcoming and ongoing initiatives, right now we're obviously developing our budget. We've submitted it, and we're obviously we worked with Governor Sununu's team and now Governor-elect Ayotte's team to move forward with the budget submission. We're going to do ongoing legislative tracking. We don't have any legislative initiatives that we're promoting this year, but we will be in here on other things that I'm sure you will hear about from the various interest groups. I believe the Banking Association has one, as well as the Credit Union Association. So we will be in here testifying about those and others, I'm sure. Another big initiative that we're undertaking is modernization of the banking department's data systems. So we became first we reduced our office footprint to save money. So then we got rid of all of our paper files and went paperless. And now we're trying to move off of antiquated, like Microsoft Access databases and into something slightly more modern, perhaps moving into the 2010s of SharePoint. So we have that modernization effort well underway, and it feels really good to be moving in that direction. So that's a big initiative that we're working really hard at. And additionally, I always put a plug in whenever I go out into the world that we are recruiting, because we are always recruiting. Even when we don't have open positions, we're trying to recruit. I think we do important work. It's a good team to work with. It's one of the good things that I think about the banking department is not only we have a hard job, we have a serious job, an important job, but we also are a good team to work with. So plug in for my people. And also, if you know an attorney, send them our way. Thank you. So that's kind of at a very, very high level. I don't want to slow down the works here. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Spear.
This is for my own information because this is my own information because I just don't know enough about this. Do you have any jurisdiction with respect to national banks and anything that they do?
Not really.
Okay.
So they are regulated by the OCC or the FDIC or the FRB, depending on their choices that they've made in terms of regulation. We will if we get a consumer complaint about them, we do forward them to the OCC. That's really the extent of our authority. We don't have any real enforcement authority over them or anything like that.
Because you usually get one or two bills that tell us we should do something to them, but I didn't think we had any access to be able to do that.
No, it would depend on the nature of the bill, but there is a lot of federal law regulating them. They're heavily regulated, obviously, entities. So you do have to watch out for preemption issues, but it would depend on what it is.
So we like state chartered banks.
We do like state chartered banks.
Because then we can regulate them. Anybody else have a question? Yes. There's a so
Do you have any details on the mobile banking frauds? Because those frauds are going up overall, right? So I really like to see the legislation or any kind of policies you have, the directions you need to give in any of your website or wherever we can see it. Because I have experienced that and many consumers are experiencing it because they are not very knowledgeable and we are not giving enough guidelines to them. So I would like to see some kind of a more deep dive in that area. And I would like, just let me know if you have it and I can give some kind of inputs with little bit of my experience.
Yeah, that would be great. So one of the things that you'll see in our strategic plan, if you go and look at it, is we're trying to increase our consumer outreach. So we're always looking for financial education opportunities to go out into the community and work with people and provide education. So I would love to speak with you offline about anything, any ideas you have for that. Right now, our current education, oops, I'm drawing a blank on whether it's February or April. I don't know quite why. April, Financial Empowerment Month. April. Wow. I apologize. April is Financial Empowerment Month. So right now our focus is on kind of educating young people in financial services, but we've also done outreaches to elderly through working with the Meals on Wheels, and Ian is actually our point person on the outreach efforts as well. So I would love to, if there's a target audience that needs financial education, I always want to hear about it. So
I
please.
would like to see what kind of content you have first.
Yeah.
Like if it is like needs to be modified or needs to
Absolutely.
be because that's very important right now. Those things are getting changed and the people who wants to hack the system, they are really going after the people who doesn't know much about it. And the money is money. If it's gone, it's gone.
It's gone. Yeah, it's a challenge. So that is something we actively deal with. We did some legislation a few years ago with the Bankers Association to have a vulnerable persons financial abuse reporting system put into place. We just get copied on those because unfortunately we don't have jurisdiction over the bad actor, because usually the bank helps the consumer identify it and then they have to report it to law enforcement. But now we get copied on all of those. So we do have some insight into that. But those are fraud and, abusive.
We'll take it offline.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm happy to.
and also some of those issues are addressed by the Consumer Protection Act.
Yeah, depending
also,
on the
and
nature.
in terms of use, and that we'll have them in this afternoon. Any other questions? Yes, Representative McAleer.
Yes, under the how the banking department is funded, you've got two buckets. I honestly don't know what CCD means.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I took that. It's consumer credit.
Okay.
Consumer credit division.
And then on your people page, SOC 13, what is that?
Oh, that's how the state characterizes each position. We have so many different org charts to choose from. I apologize. It connects to the division of personnel for their job titles.
Okay, thank you.
Occupational codes. He used to work at DOP. They're the what's the S? Standard occupational codes.
Gotcha.
Actually, while you're still here, okay. So when we talk about the two departments we just heard from, the insurance department and the banking department, and you would say, gee, well, how did it come to be that these are commerce? Because at one point in time, this was just known as the Banks Committee. You have a picture of the old Banks Committee. And so I would emphasize the name that we don't say too often, and that is consumer protection is our charge. And this committee, it's getting on about 20 years ago, had a train wreck around the issue of consumer protection. And because we have a consumer protection statute, but that in that statute, we had 4 exemptions: banking, insurance, securities, and public utilities. And the question then comes into who was covered and who was not covered. The train wreck, actually, Kelly Ayotte, who was Attorney General at the time, and the issue was that a licensee, which was auto dealers, claimed that they were exempt from the Consumer Protection Act because they were licensed by the bank department to do mortgage documents. So at that point in time, we knew we had a problem because that was not the intent of the legislature. We knew we had to fix this. And this committee, this Commerce Committee, came up with a solution. And the solution was, does the commissioner, whether banking, insurance, public utilities, or securities, do they have the power of restitution for the consumer? If the consumer's get screwed, put it lightly, we want them to be able to make the consumer whole. And that's really what the Consumer Protection Act, its purpose is, and we'll be discussing that in the afternoon. But it's important, I want to bring back to the fact that the two departments, I would say the banking department was really easy. We got that the adding consumer protection into their statute was a piece of cake. Insurance was not. They left the room so I could say this, right? It was a long, drawn out fight. The public utilities companies, companies always had it because it was called expungement, and which I love that word. But no, we don't. We weren't going to pick that word up. That was a 20th century, 19th century word. And securities had it when the division was created. So when DJ says it was amazed about how much consumer protection that he was able to enforce, but the reality is that legislation's only been around for 20 years for the insurance department. But it's important to understand that when we talk about this balance that you're talking about, the question you asked, think about the Liquor Commission. They're enforcement and they're also selling, okay? So they have that balancing act also, which we will regulate. But it's important for everyone to understand that how these two, why they're here, why they're in our committee, is because we are consumer protection and we are oversight and ensuring that both the banking and insurance departments are upholding that consumer protection requirements.
For budget purposes too, we're under the justice and public protection section.
That's-
So it all kind of makes sense when you look at it like that.
Right. Perfect. And with that, well, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
actually, do we have anybody in the banking department? I was going to do this with the insurance department, but we had too many questions. But is any no, we're all set with you guys. Is there any? I don't actually. But we have one person who's a lobbyist who cares about banking issues. So we'll. Oh yes, okay, right. And we have credit bureaus, right? Credit unions. Excuse me. So why don't you guys, each get up and just, yeah. I guess you have to come to the mic. Sorry. Sorry. This is actually a very interesting dynamic that we have here in the state of New Hampshire, and that is that in terms of the different types of financial institutions in the state, we have banks and we have credit unions. And of course, we have St. Mary's, which is the oldest credit union in the country. And then we have our financial banks that have obviously thrived and done well in the state of New Hampshire. So these are the lobbyists that will represent the two of them. So let them introduce themselves. Ladies first.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Gina Powers. I'm the Director of Government Relations at Rath, Young & Pignatelli here in Concord, New Hampshire. Our offices are above Citizens Bank on Main Street. So you'll be seeing a lot of me in this committee, but as the chairman indicated, one of the industries that we represent is the Cooperative Credit Union Association. And as the commissioner alluded, we do have one piece of legislation that will be coming before you. It is starting in the Senate, but it has to do with compensation for credit union board members. It would enable credit unions, should they choose to pay their board members. So, thank you.
Because they are supposed to be nonprofits, right? Credit unions.
They are nonprofits, yes.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ryan Hale, Vice President, Government Relations for the New Hampshire Bankers Association. We have 40 member banks consisting of state chartered banks, out-of-state chartered banks, so banks chartered in other states such as Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, and we actually have a New York bank and our national chartered banks. Been with the association for just over 6 years now. And I'll be in front of you quite a bit this session, supporting legislation that we put forward over in the Senate that has to do with state chartered banks' ability to lend, as well as new chartered banks. And I will boast that for New Hampshire, we have a very robust new, it's called de novo environment here in New Hampshire. We've had quite a few de novos charter here over the past, say, 16 years.
You might want
or
to
so.
explain what that means.
So de novo is when a bank starts up, they're put into de novo status there, and it's a heightened level of scrutiny with the regulators. And so they after a certain period of time they come out of de novo status. And so actually the bill that's over in the Senate ties our de novo status to the FDIC, since state chartered banks have both the banking department as well as the FDIC as their regulator. I do have a handout for the committee that kind of gives an overview of how the industry is regulated as well as our priorities. And I've included my business card with all my contact information. Our office is right across the street from the State House, just to the right of Revelstoke. So when you're coming to get a coffee, feel free to swing on in. We're second floor. Come on in, and happy to have a conversation. So we're here as a resource. If you do have any questions, concerns, please feel free to reach out at any point. Happy to read that resource for you when it comes to banking related issues.
Great. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I guess the last thing I want to say about, again, these two, and really is that, and Representative Suri says, get to your kind of question, is the fundamental issue of consumer protection is obviously restitution to the consumer. But in terms of what our agencies do, is their responsibility is solvency. Okay, that we want to make sure that, and I, and DJ did mention it, and the bank commissioner mentioned, is that yes, solvency is important. And even like with that de novo issue, someone starts out, we got to make sure that they really have the wherewithal to be in the business and be a licensee. And so we will, I would always say that New Hampshire was the first state to have an insurance department. And the reason why the insurance department was created, and I didn't realize until I read Tip O'Neill's book, was that was the major issue even in Washington, which was solvency. Could an insurance company make a promise, sell you a product, life insurance, and then really be there when you died, and whether they really did cover the policy. And solvency is very important. So at the end of the day, that you will see that consistency of consumer protection is not only just consumer protecting, but part of that consumer protecting is ensuring that the company is solvent and won't leave people high and dry. With that, we'll break for lunch, and I would say that just so you all know, I usually go to Tandy's for lunch, so it's my watering hole. But that otherwise, I assume the cafeteria is open. I don't know. Anybody know? Cafeteria is open, and then I do know that some people bring lunch. And we'll be back at 1:15. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, why don't we start out with charitable trust? Afternoon. And you just put short, let me show you, yep.
First mistake. Hi, everyone. I am Marianne Dempsey. I'm the director of the Charitable Trust Unit for the New Hampshire Department of Justice. With me today is Jared Davis, the assistant director. We were asked twice if we were the Liquor Commission. I apologize. We are not. They seem to be the preferred guest of the afternoon, but it's a pleasure for us to be here. We are both fairly new to our roles. So for any of the new members on the committee, we will be learning through this session in terms of the charitable trust as well as you, and we look forward to it. I was head of the Civil Bureau a number of years ago and have come back to DOJ. So I have learned in a short time that charitable trust does a lot, and that a number of your constituents will reach out to you about nonprofits that they are on or hospitals in their area, and we are happy to speak to any of you and as well as them directly. We have three main roles in the Charitable Trust Unit. One is regulatory. All nonprofits who conduct business in the state, both in state and out of state, are required to be registered with the Charitable Trust Unit. Our unit, I'll give you some of the history that our predecessors would impart, which is we were the first dedicated Attorney General unit for charitable trusts in the country, and 43 states have modeled their programs after ours. Some trivia.
There you go. I never knew that one.
Yep. But we have about 12,000 charities that are registered with us. About 7,000 are in state, and then about 5,000 out of state. So once a charity registers with us, they then file annual reports with us. So there's a fair amount of paper and that we're working through on a yearly basis, and we have a small but dedicated team that does that. So when folks are doing that filing, I think a very important part for us is the education and the hand-holding that we try to do through that process. Folks can either file it online or in paper, but the people who are working on boards of nonprofits are volunteers. And so we try to be mindful of that the work that they're doing is in addition to other obligations that they have. And it can be a complicated process, like any filings can be with an agency. And so we spend a fair amount of time, our team answering calls and responding to emails. And I'm happy to get this committee, Jared's contact, my direct contact, but also just the general information about our unit and how citizens can get in touch with us, because we do see one of our major roles is helping individuals to be able to conduct the charitable work that they do. The other big component of the work that we do is education. We have a number of materials and resources, and we speak to a number of groups regarding not just the obligations of being on a board and what that entails, but we also do a number of presentations with municipalities about library trusts. Someone I had met is a trustee for their town. And so we work with municipalities on a regular basis with the filings that they have to do with our office. The last major component that we do is enforcement. And what that means is when we get a complaint that a charity hasn't been properly registered with us, or something more serious in terms of a theft or misdoings of a particular charity, we have common law and we have statutory authority to investigate that and to bring action on behalf of the public. So that is a major role that we have. It also ties into our education. One of the things we're working on this year is materials related to good financial governance for our boards, so that they can understand the importance of the funds that they're holding for the public and how to prevent theft from occurring. So those are some of the things we work on. Some of you may have seen a small article about the sale of Catholic Medical Center yesterday.
Little thing.
A small news. Our office oversees the healthcare charitable trusts in New Hampshire. So they include the nonprofit hospitals, but it also includes senior assisted living facilities and other healthcare hospice centers and things of that nature. So when there is an acquisition like that happened or is about to happen, HCA acquiring a nonprofit, both the charitable trust unit as well as Brandon's unit of the Consumer Protection Division, we have statutory review over those proposed acquisitions. And they're big, they're complex, they're time consuming, but they're important. And what this legislature has given us is a clear mandate to make sure that the citizens have public information about what is happening, a right to contact the Department of Justice, and that they have access to the information to understand what will be happening. So that is a major role that we do because healthcare entities are changing all the time, not just hospitals, but because of financial situations and because of efficiencies, different groups are constantly changing hands. And so we usually have one of those acquisitions that we're reviewing at any time. Another area of the work that we do is charter schools, which are nonprofits. We work with the New Hampshire Department of Education. And in my short time in my role, I think we're realizing the importance. I talked about that strong financial governance. And we want to make sure that these schools are off to a good start. So we've built some good relationships that we want to build on this year with the Department of Education to make sure that obviously these schools are in good standing, not just with education, but with our office as well. We want them to be successful, and obviously there's a difficulty if a school is to go under and kids aren't graduating. So that is an area that I think we are spending more trying to focus on more this year and coordinate with our state partners. A number of our charities participate in charitable gaming, and that is overseen by the Lottery Commission, but we do work with lottery in that regard as well. And some of our other state partners are Health and Human Services, obviously with respect to the healthcare, but also the insurance department. Assisted living and entities of that nature are considered insurance products. So when there's going to be a change, we work with our colleagues in the insurance department as well. Conservation easements, when we have nothing else to do, we dabble into conservation easements. The courts have determined that when a landowner sets aside property to be preserved for the environment, that is a charitable trust. And so our office will review any request to modify that, and we oversee that. We also get involved in litigation, not just the enforcement that I spoke of, but when someone passes away and leaves in their will or sets up a trust, money to go to a charity, depending on the amount of that, our office will get involved to make sure that it's handled properly through the courts and that the money gets to its intended charitable donation. So we have a number of court actions at any time, and also changes that need to happen, because when people plan to give money, they're doing it in the year that they do it, and things change and laws change. And so sometimes what they intended or groups they intended to give it to don't exist anymore. And so we work pretty collaboratively in terms of litigation. It's a new thing coming from a civil defense world where folks will actually reach out to us before they file something, and they will want to get our insight and to get, hopefully even our positive feedback before they file something with the court. So that is a very quick overview of the work that we do, but I am more than happy to answer any questions, and I look forward to working with all of you this legislative session.
Great. I'm so glad you came in and gave us the review. Representative McAleer has a
Thank
question.
you very much. I thought I heard you mention that you're doing courses for the trustees of trust funds. I know Terry Knowles used to do that.
Yep.
He's the Terry Knowles of today.
Oh,
Well,
that
no,
is.
that's what I'm thinking. But I heard that you had stopped them.
So we, partly true. I am not the Terry knows. We, Terry, we have had long-standing, amazing historians such as Terry Knows, who has worked with all of the cities and towns in the state. We are rebuilding the Terry Knowles knowledge base, and so we are not doing the number of seminars, but we have been working with municipalities in terms of starting to go back and to give some presentations. But I will tell you, we are rebuilding that knowledge base.
Well, I hope you would inform us when you're going to do one of those.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Absolutely. And I know I mentioned to Representative McAleer that Amy Nichols is our financial investigator who works with municipalities, but she has been doing an amazing job of connecting with library trustees and really kind of doing more direct outreach. We talked about people who are on boards and it's voluntary. The same for the folks who are doing the work for their municipalities. So absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be great. You just send us the email addresses
Yes.
and contact information. So when she was discussing the hospital merges, that legislation was crafted in this committee room. So that's one of the reasons why she's here, is because obviously it's issue that is going on. We also did the prudent investor and also the bylaw changes about how to have the conflict of interest. All those bills came through this committee. So that's why it's very much a consumer protection issue and appropriate for this committee. Did I see a hand up, Representative Burrows, and then Representative Ammon?
I have two quick questions. One of is, are county nursing homes under your purview?
No, per se, but we have been. It depends on. So they're not nonprofits set up. But I will give the example of Exeter Hospital when there was a limitation on services that they were going to put in place. It was impacting the Rockingham County Nursing Home, and so when things are impacting communities like that, we're in contact with them, we're involved with them, but they don't file annual reports with us.
So quick follow up to that, then I
Yeah.
have another question. So if there was evidence of financial mismanagement, just incompetence, you don't deal with that at all.
I think it would be at your county level that reporting, that concern would occur. It
Well, that's going into deaf ears, but that's another story.
it would
That's
not
a
be the
problem. They have a
charitable
little
trust.
conflict of interest in there. Then the county, I don't know, the district attorney would.
I have a follow up question. If let's say that there's a local nonprofit who is not following their own bylaws, do you get involved with that?
We do, and it depends. It depends on the level, but that is a common complaint that we get, that people sometimes they set up very complicated bylaws and then they just realize they aren't worth necessarily following, but they never actually change them. And so that is what we call as board governance. And so when we get aware of situations where boards are not kind of following their bylaws or there's concerns about that, we start in an education mode and reach out and see if we can. Sometimes we'll sit in on a meeting and we'll listen, but that is something that we would get involved
Okay.
in.
And just a comment, I have utmost respect for Terry Knowles and her knowledge, but she did once call me into her office as a board chair and made me cry, but I forgive her.
Well, now I have a new goal, not to make anyone cry. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. You mentioned the hospital acquisition, and if I recall, that's a case of a for-profit business acquiring a nonprofit business. I was just curious, are there extra complications with that scenario? And
Yeah.
Just briefly. Thank you.
Yes, it is. It's the same statute. It's the same review. But when a for-profit takes over a hospital, they don't come within the direct purview of the charitable trust any longer. That being said, the agreement that from the report we issued yesterday is that there's conditions that exist for a 10-year period that they would still be subject to. But it is different, and we have to look at the fact that they won't be a charitable trust anymore.
Right, but more important is the assets do not, they can't acquire the network, the assets, the trust, and and when Anthem changed its charter, they actually had to pay to create a foundation.
Yeah.
So if there were a for-profit buying a nonprofit, the assets of the nonprofit, that cash value, their book value, has to go to a nonprofit. It has to create a charitable trust.
It's a great point, and it's not just a hospital acquisition, but when a nonprofit dissolves and stops doing business, it has to give its any assets it has to another nonprofit or to a governmental entity. So we're working with entities to make sure that that happens. But that's right. CMC's assets or restricted donations would not go to the health HCA.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Jerry. So whose title is in our title, Consumer Protection. Good afternoon.
Go, right?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay. Morning, everybody. I recognize many of you, seeing a few of you for the first time. For those who I haven't interacted with before, my name is Brandon Garrod. I am a Senior Assistant Attorney General and the Chief of the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau at the Department of Justice. I have been in this role for, I think, 7 years this July.
Wow, yeah.
Before that, I headed the department's Elder Abuse and Financial Exploitation Unit, which is part of the Bureau. Prior to that, I was a criminal prosecutor for various counties here in New Hampshire. So I always like to take this time to accomplish two things. The first is to give you all a super high-level overview of what the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau does. And the second is to give you all a preview of the types of testimony that you are likely to hear from me pretty much every single week for the entirety of this session, unless I decide to send somebody else. But the testimony should be the same either way. So similar to what Marianne said, the Consumer Protection Bureau, like every division of the Attorney General's office and probably every division of most state government, is very, very busy and handles way more than you would think. If we were to more accurately describe the Bureau, it would go from the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau to the Consumer Protection and Antitrust and Elder Abuse and Tobacco and Data Privacy and Condominium and Health Club Registration and Miscellaneous Bureau. But, that doesn't fit as neatly on a business card, so here we are. At the crux of what we do, though, is enforce New Hampshire's Consumer Protection Act, which is RSA 358A, which makes it unlawful for those in the state who engage in trade or commerce to engage in what are defined as unfair and deceptive acts or practices. And what that means is two different things. There are a number of statutes, including the Consumer Protection Act, that have specifically said certain conduct is an unfair, deceptive act or practice and is a violation of the statute. Some really simple examples of that are if you are selling something and you are making claims about the quality of what you're selling or the materials that are built into what you are selling or the performance of what you are selling, and you don't have any basis for making those claims, that's an unfair, deceptive act or practice. Another very specific New Hampshire only unfair and deceptive act or practice that, this legislature put into an effect in response to events in the state, failure to deliver heating fuel if you have a prepaid contract for heating fuel. That's per se an unfair and deceptive act or practice. And there are a number of examples both in the statute and elsewhere throughout the RSAs where conduct that is engaged in trade or commerce is specifically defined as an unfair and deceptive act or practice. A recent example, I mentioned data privacy. Beginning January 1st, there's a comprehensive data privacy statute that was enacted by the legislature last year. Now affords significant rights to New Hampshire citizens in terms of knowing about how companies are managing their data, using their data, selling their data for targeted advertising, and having the right to, request copies of it, request deletion, to opt out of targeted advertising. Any violation of that, I think it's about a 10-page statute, is an unfair deceptive act or practice and a violation of the Consumer Protection Act. But it also gives us broad authority to look at any conduct in trade or commerce that rises to a certain level, and this is a legal determination that we and the courts are constantly trying to make where this level is. It's called we call it the rascality test, which is a preposterous name because nobody knows what it means. But the way to think about it is the conduct sufficiently bad? Like, is the thing that was done sufficiently bad that it's worse than you would expect to see, or worse than, a general dispute that would occur in a specific area of trade or commerce? And like a good example of that is a breach of contract. You hire somebody to build a house for you, you pay them to build a house for you, they build the house for you, but it doesn't meet the specifications of the agreement that you reached with the contractor. It's not the quality, it's not the materials. They just didn't do a good enough job. That's a breach of contract. That's not a violation of the Consumer Protection Act. That's something that would be pursued by an individual in a civil court on their own. However, in that same scenario, if you pay a contractor to build a house for you, the contractor never shows up and spends all the money on somebody else's job or spends all the money on themselves, and you don't get the house and you don't get the money back, that's an unfair deceptive act or practice. That's bad enough. That rises to that level of rascality where we would have the authority to investigate and to bring an enforcement action to do a number of different things. So we have both civil and criminal authority and investigative tools to A, try to determine whether a violation exists, and B, if we determine that it has, to decide whether it's more appropriate to sue the business through a civil enforcement action, or if it's bad enough to actually bring criminal charges to seek incarceration and a criminal conviction based on the conduct. Those types of remedies, both give us the ability to do two really important things. One is to stop the conduct, whether it's through a civil injunction or through a criminal order. And two is to get restitution for folks who are wronged by this bad conduct. Almost everything we do in the Consumer Protection Bureau is, oriented towards stopping bad conduct that protects the public from future harm, as well as getting money back, putting people in the place that they would have been but for the bad conduct that already existed. So that's our consumer protection enforcement. We also, Marianne already previewed this a little bit, but anytime there is a combination of two businesses in the state of New Hampshire, we have the authority to look at it under our antitrust statutes, which, most frequently, at least lately, has been in the context of the healthcare industry, two hospitals trying to come together. So Marianne's review is separate from the Consumer Protection Bureau's review. Our review is focused specifically on whether the combination as it's proposed is likely to result in a loss of competition that would lead to higher prices, loss of quality, loss of consumer choice. And so we review healthcare mergers and conceivably, other mergers, although it's been all healthcare lately, using that statute. And if we determine that a combination does rise to that level where it is a violation of antitrust laws and could result in a loss of competition and higher prices, we have the ability, A, to bring an action to block that transaction, which is a very, very high burden to meet. Anytime the government is intervening in a private business deal, it should be a very high burden for the government to come in and completely undo that. More often than not, though, what happens, if we can, is to work with the parties to negotiate a resolution that mitigates the harm that we anticipate happening if the deal was consolidated, which is what you saw yesterday in the Catholic Medical Center HCA healthcare deal. The Bureau also very quickly, there's an elder abuse and financial exploitation unit. That was the first role that I had when I came to the Attorney General's office. That is a purely criminal unit housed within the Consumer Protection Bureau, investigates and prosecutes criminally the worst cases of elder abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation in the state. Also serves a really important function of supporting local law enforcement and local county attorneys' offices to ensure that they feel empowered and supported in bringing those cases, because we can't do them all. And we have done a great deal of work in building up our county attorney's offices as well as our local law enforcement to know how to investigate these and not be afraid to bring really difficult cases that often involve a victim who unfortunately is not able to testify or is no longer with us by the time we get to trial. So that's like super, super high level what the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau does. Out of respect for everybody else's time, if there are any other specific questions about what we do, I'll take questions at the end. But I wanted to, as I said in the beginning, to preview for you all like the types of things that you can expect to hear from me or my colleagues for the duration of this legislative session. And I think there's really two critical things that I find myself constantly over here providing feedback to you all on when there's a bill in front of you, usually that is looking to add something on to the Consumer Protection Act, because it really is the easiest mechanism. If you want to make something unlawful and you want to have state enforcement of something, and it's not something that is specifically regulated by another state agency like the Banking Commission or the Insurance Department, make it an unfair and deceptive act or practice as defined, in the Consumer Protection Act. That's frequently the mechanism that's used. And so I think probably the most important thing to consider, and that you'll hear from me routinely, is that, it is tempting and it's, often easy to simply say something is an unfair and deceptive act or practice and it will be enforced by the Attorney General's office. But depending on what that thing is, a lot of the time it has the potential to significantly increase the number of cases that we have to bring, the amount of work that we have to do, the number of investigations that have to be done, and the number of litigation matters that the Attorney General's office has to bring. And that often will necessitate additional resources in order to fulfill that goal. We don't want to see bills passed that we don't have the ability logistically to enforce on the other side. So I frequently, and not always, I think that there are amendments that can be made that, we are fairly well resourced. We got new resources for data privacy. We're trying to build up a specific unit just for that. But sometimes and frequently there will be, something that has the potential to, double the number of complaints that we receive. And I think it's important to consider those types of things. And we'll frequently remind you of the importance of considering those types of things throughout this legislative session. The other, probably equally as important, is enforceability. I think that it's great to pass a bill that lays out that something is unlawful, but you have to make sure that we actually have the ability to do what the bill is intending that we're going to do. And, the lens that I think is most valuable to consider that from is, if the Attorney General's office on the other side of a bill being passed and being written into law receives a complaint from a consumer that says, hey, a business is violating this statute, we want the Attorney General's office to do something about it. Does the language of the bill as put into law give us the ability to prove that case, to investigate that case? And the problem that often comes up is if language is too broad, or there's no way to clearly show that somebody's doing a certain thing, or that somebody has acted in a certain way. If the language doesn't clearly define that, it makes it very difficult sometimes, if not impossible sometimes, for us to enforce language the way it's drafted. So I think you can expect to hear from me throughout this legislative session if there are issues in terms of the enforceability of language that's proposed. So with that, and at the risk of continuing to take up the rest of your time and delay the inevitable presentation by the Liquor Commission, I'm happy to take any questions.
That was great. Representative Spear.
We had a couple of bills last year, and I suspect we're going to be having more of them. When a business does something that definitely seems to be illegal to somebody, I mean, it's hurting the consumers, but it's online. The business is online. Do you have any reach into out-of-state bad actors?
This is a really, really good question. And the answer is it depends. So, and this is something I probably should have emphasized as I was describing the Consumer Protection Act. One of the most critical pieces and necessary pieces of the Consumer Protection Act in our authority is that the trade or commerce happened in or affected the state of New Hampshire. So if the business is operating in the state of New Hampshire, that's easy. They're here, they're selling their product here, they're servicing this state, that's happening in the state of New Hampshire. If the business is out of state and they just have a website and, you know, a New Hampshire person happens to access it, probably not a sufficient nexus. Probably. Unless they are, I mean, actually, let me walk that back. If you're online and you're just putting something out for the whole world to see, and somebody is, falls for it in a certain way, we'd have to prove that the business anticipated that the thing that they're doing could reasonably anticipate the thing that they're doing would impact potentially trade or commerce in the state of New Hampshire. And a great example of this is the Attorney General's office has brought 2 cases, one against Meta and one against TikTok, for intentionally designing their platforms in a way that they knew was addictive to young people and harmful to young people. And we argued a motion to dismiss on the Meta case. And one of the issues that was raised was Meta's in California. It can't be brought into New Hampshire because, it can be accessed anywhere. So there's no specific New Hampshire nexus. We argued that because Meta enters into a contractual agreement with each and every one of its users, regardless of where they are, that each time a New Hampshire person goes and wants to open a Meta account and agrees to their terms of services and says, yes, I accept, and then Meta is providing services to that consumer, that was a sufficient nexus for trade or commerce in the state of New Hampshire. And at least at the motion to dismiss level, the judge here in Merrimack County agreed with us on that point. So our case is continuing. So that's the sort of calculus we have to do. There's no clear cut line. But if an out-of-state business is doing something that they either know or reasonably should know is going to impact trade or commerce in the state of New Hampshire, we have an argument.
I'm going to be talking to you because I got one.
Okay. Oh, we do have one more question. Yes.
Yeah, so this question is for my own better understanding. Is it fair to assume that your bureau acts only when some consumer or somebody brings a complaint or files a complaint, or is it that you have resources to actively or proactively monitor if wrong practices are going on? How does the bureau act?
Another really great question. So to answer the question is we do both. Complaints. So we have a consumer complaint process, which I probably should have described. So we have a volunteer hotline that is 5 days a week. Anybody can call into the AG's office if they think they have a consumer issue or another issue. They can talk to a real person, and if they have a consumer related issue, they'll be encouraged to file a complaint. And we have a complaint review process where if a consumer files a complaint that is reasonably, if you assume it's true, a violation of the Consumer Protection Act, we'll send it to the business on AG letterhead and say, please provide a written response within 10 days or 14 days. That process resolves a lot of low-level complaints and recovers a lot of money for people, which is a huge tool that we use to help consumers in the state. But the other thing that process does is it gives me and the Bureau a great continuous source of information on who the bad actors are in the state. Because, if you have one complaint alleging bad conduct, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. If you have 10, okay, this is somebody that clearly needs to be looked at, and we'll allocate resources to investigate that. That's one mechanism that we use to investigate consumer protection issues in the state. It's not exclusive. We don't require complaints. Oftentimes, like law enforcement will come to us and say, "Hey, you should look at this business. We think there's something going on there." Sometimes it comes from the legislature. Sometimes it comes from other state agencies. But to answer your question, it can come from anywhere. We do not necessitate that people file a consumer complaint in order for something to be potentially investigated by us, but it is a really, really powerful source of information that we use to determine our own investigative priorities.
Yeah, that's really great because sometimes people might not feel, educated enough or sometimes not comfortable enough to go ahead and file it to that level of confidence. So the issue gets subsided. So I'm glad to know that you have other means to figure that out.
So consumers can file, when they file a complaint, we have a box that's intentionally there that asks for their authority to share that complaint with the business. And the reason we do that is because RSA 21M something or other specifically says that consumer complaints are confidential. So consumers have to give us permission to share it with the business. So if a consumer checks that box and says, I don't want you to tell the business, we may not be able to engage in that information sharing process with the business to seek a resolution, but we still review that complaint and we use that information to fuel our sort of sense of the pulse of, who the bad actors are in the state and who needs to be looked at closer. So they can file a complaint. They can file a complaint anonymously. They can file a complaint and not allow the business to see the complaint. They could also just come and ask to speak to an investigator in order to report, consumer fraud that they think is happening. We have a number of investigators in the office, 3 in the Bureau, that are happy to meet with folks who don't want to formally put a complaint in writing, but would rather, it's more akin to making a report to law enforcement that then may or may not be followed up on. So there are a number of avenues. But if you ever have constituents that are concerned about filing a complaint, I strongly encourage you to encourage them to do so, and note that there are a number of ways that they could either do it anonymously or prevent us from sharing it if they have any concern about retaliation or anything like that. Getting complaints filed with us is really, really important and really puts us in the best position to do our job. So I hope that you share that with your constituents if you have the opportunity.
Right. But I'm saying, having said that, one of the things that you probably have fairly good success with is when they say, yes, you can share it with the business, you call them up and the business just realize they just got a call from the Attorney General's office. They're more apt to just say, fine, I'll give them their money back. And
it's staggering, especially with big businesses.
Right. So
you have
want to tell them, yes, you can be secret about it and have privacy, but you're better off having the AG just call them, and that they can get the problem resolved quickly.
Especially with bigger businesses where people have difficulty getting somebody to talk to them and really take their concern seriously. It's amazing what a letter from the AG's office will do in order to quickly resolve a really basic issue that should have been resolved months ago in a 10-minute phone call. It's frustrating and concerning that we have to play that role, but we're happy to play it.
But it works. Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions.
Sure.
You mentioned the new Expectation of Privacy Act. And I think in 2018, we passed the constitutional amendment. Right to privacy is now part of the Bill of Rights. Do those two things go together? Is that an enforcement statute for any part of that constitutional amendment? And if you have any suggestions for us to explain to our constituents how they could use that new expectation of privacy to their benefit?
I don't know that they're connected other than that they both have a similar intention, which is to provide a greater sense of privacy rights to the citizens of this state. The data privacy statute is very, very specifically focused on businesses that collect and analyze and sell your personal information based on your activities. So you log on to a website, you look at a certain thing for a certain amount of time, they record that this person looked at this thing for this much time, then they keep that information. And the next time you come, you look at something else and they keep that information. And what they're doing is slowly building a profile of you so that they can sell you targeted advertising. Hey, this person's looked at a lot of phishing stuff. They must be interested in phishing stuff. We should sell them ads. We should sell ads to the phishing companies directly to this guy. I don't know if you like phishing, but and that's the idea. The data privacy statute deals with that scenario. It gives consumers the right to know what businesses are keeping on them, to opt out of businesses keeping information for the purposes of targeted advertising, to insist that businesses provide them with a copy of all the data that they've kept on them, and also to delete their personal data at their request and provide confirmation that that has happened. So it's a very specifically focused statute, and the AG is working on releasing some information that's going to better help consumers understand that those rights exist and how they can exercise them. I'm hoping that that'll be done in the next month or so.
Further question?
Just a follow-up. So I guess the guidance that you'll put out will explain some of this maybe, but how do we know what companies are keeping our information? Are you going to keep like a clearinghouse of companies, or how do we know even who to request?
It's a great question. Yeah. So part of the bill requires that the business create a mechanism for consumers to exercise each of these rights, but also to have a readily available privacy policy that lays out a very clear process for consumers to exercise each one of these rights. So part of what we are going to do as we build this unit and get it off the ground is to start looking at for any major business, because California's had a law like this for a long time. So has Colorado, Connecticut has one. So all the like really large companies that deal with the whole country are already complying with laws that are similar to this. So they have privacy policies. They should be readily available, and they should describe to your average consumer, here's how you can do A, B, C, or D. We're going to start, going through businesses to make sure, essentially like cold calling, looking at privacy policies to see and make sure that they comply with New Hampshire specific statutes. But that's how it's all based on they're required to disclose to you in their privacy policy. Here's how you can exercise each of these consumer rights. And if they don't do that, that would be an unfair and deceptive act or practice and give us all those rights and remedies we talked about earlier.
Then they'll get the letter.
Well, you might get more than a letter.
Just one more brief question. So we have a private company collects our property tax data. In my town, it's Avatar. They're not a government agency, but they work for the government. Does that expectation of privacy act apply to that scenario where it's a company collecting data on behalf of the government?
So there are a number of exemptions, and it is quite an extensive list of exemptions that reference a number of federal privacy statutes. So I don't know. It would cover, as a general premise, it would cover somebody who's acting on behalf of another business for the purpose of collecting data. It defines the two categories as controllers and processors. Controllers are the companies that are deciding what to do with the data. The processors are the folks that are collecting and basically providing the data to the controller in order for them to do whatever they want to do with it. So as a general principle, I would say yes. But as you talk about like somebody who's working for a government agency, be mindful that I'm not 100% familiar with all the exemptions and how they apply yet. So there are a number of exemptions that could apply.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay. Next up is securities. Yeah. So when I was first elected, securities used to be a standalone entity. And then it was, I think it was Senator King's brilliant idea that we didn't need a separate entity. We'll just bring it into the Secretary of State's office. And that's why you have the deputy here. My old seatmate. Thank you. Should they last? Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I will start here this afternoon. Thank you for inviting the Bureau to present here this afternoon. Also, thanks to the members of this committee. I'm joined this afternoon by Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy, as well as Deputy Secretary Eric Forcier. And my name is Barry Glennon, and I'm the Director of the New Hampshire Bureau of Securities. And have been director for roughly 8 to 10 years, kind of like lose count after time. As you'll note on the fact sheet that I just provided to you, you'll note that at the very outset, we mentioned what the charge is of the Bureau of Securities, and that is, number one, to protect New Hampshire investors. Second is to enforce the securities laws of the state of New Hampshire, ensure there's proper and fair capital formation here in the state, and really, most importantly, to protect New Hampshire investors and provide investor education. And we really do this by way of a variety of ways. First is through licensing, making sure that the individuals that conduct securities business in New Hampshire are doing so on a fair basis. We conduct examinations of branch offices of these entities that conduct business in New Hampshire. Enforcement of the New Hampshire Securities Act, making sure that they actually, do in fact follow the law. And then, of course, as I mentioned, investor education. So this afternoon, what I would like to do, and I promise we will stay within our allotted time, Mr. Chair, is that we'd like to provide a brief overview of each of these 4 areas and their various components. I'll discuss the licensing, audit, investor education component. Eric will discuss the enforcement component, as well as risk pool management, which is also another function. And Secretary Hennessy may have some parting remarks. No? All right. Well, we'll see. So at first start, I'd like to point out that the numbers that you have in front of you here really can be a bit interesting, I think, to say the least, particularly as you look at the sheer number of broker-dealer representatives, the number of firms here in New Hampshire. You'll note that just on the broker-dealer side alone, we have well over 161,000 registered representatives licensed to conduct securities business in New Hampshire. Now, certainly they're not all here in New Hampshire. I'd say maybe 2,500 of that, but that population is licensed to solicit securities business into the state of New Hampshire. So our job in terms of oversight can be really significant. And why New Hampshire? Why such large numbers of firms and reps? Well, simply because New Hampshire is a wealth center. There's a lot of money in the state of New Hampshire. We have an older population. Our median age, I think we're the second oldest in the country, next to Maine, I think Maine being the oldest. And when you have an older population, you have a higher number of retirees, all of which have accumulated a lifetime of assets. And fortunately, it's for New Hampshire, that's terrific. Unfortunately, in some respect, those who like to conduct investment scams on people go where the money is. And New Hampshire can be a target, and something that we as a bureau really take very seriously. So just to generally describe the areas that we regulate, I could really kind of break it down into 2 basic categories. First being broker-dealers, and the second is investment advisors. And they're oftentimes, the titles are conflated, and there are a number of titles out there that I know for a fact that you have encountered, financial representative, financial professionals, various titles. But it comes down to, in the world of securities regulation, broker-dealers or investment advisors. Broker-dealers are firms that buy or sell securities on your behalf for a fee, for a commission. And their duty essentially is to make sure that whatever it is that they are proposing to you to purchase or sell is suitable, and that it fits within your model, your specific criteria as far as risk tolerance and your investment objective. And so long as that they do that, they're carrying out their duty responsibly. And I have to say, just parenthetically, that in terms of all the representatives and firms that we represent, they really do a terrific job. And there's just that small percentage that go outside the lines that we have to deal with. But I'm very secure in knowing that the securities industry here in New Hampshire is well regulated, and that we have an incredible population of representatives serving New Hampshire citizens. The other segment is investment advisors, and how they differ is that, as the title infers, they provide investment advice to clients and will operate on either a set fee or may charge a small percentage on the overall assets of the client's portfolio. And their duty is a bit different. First off, the services that they provide are a little more expansive in that they will provide, in most cases, overall financial planning services, not only just looking at the securities, but looking at their overall assets, maybe real estate, tax considerations, estate planning within the confines that they're allowed to do so. So they provide a much broader picture to the client and make recommendations. And and they are considered fiduciaries. And when I say fiduciaries, I mean that they have to conduct business and represent the client based upon what is in the best interest of the client. And that's really quite a distinguishing factor in our opinion, because they really have to watch out for the client, monitor their activities, their accounts, and make decisions and recommendations for them that is in the best interest of the client. Where our enforcement sometimes gets into play is when they go outside, those lines. But more often than not, they do a terrific job. Another function of the Bureau is, of course, the licensing and then an audit component. And as our fact sheet indicates, we have a little over 900 branch offices here in New Hampshire, and we conduct audits of those offices on an unannounced basis. And we'll look at the operation of that firm to make sure, again, that they're complying with the law. It could be advertising, maintenance of their client records, and a variety of other matters. Investment advisors have far more requirements in terms of just by virtue of what they do. But we do examine each and every one of those offices. And that number is expanding, by the way, because as you know, a lot of firms, not only private industry and brokerage, but a lot of people have actually now gone to remote working. So we have a number of representatives working from their homes. So that has expanded the number of offices that we do review. Those are two primary areas of the Bureau. A more significant, I consider a much more significant part of what we do is enforcement. And Attorney Forcier, our Deputy Secretary, leads the enforcement area. And I'd like to ask Eric if he'd like to just comment on our enforcement activity.
Thank you, Barry. I've been with the Securities Bureau since 2010, so going on 15 years. It's always been with the Secretary of State's office as long as I've been there. It works. It belongs there. Thank you, Representative Hunt, for your efforts in the early 90s, I believe. Maybe it was late 90s. Okay, so the enforcement mechanism of the Securities Bureau is a very important one. I'm very passionate about it. I've been doing it for nearly 15 years. And our job in the enforcement side is to enforce compliance with the statute, RSA 421B. The legislature has provided us a lot of tools to do so. We have a lot of enforcement authority. We have the right to subpoena both documents and testimony from people located in New Hampshire. And we have ways to get people out of New Hampshire as well. We have a lot of tools to force compliance. The only way to really do it on the enforcement side is to file a suit against them, whether it's in civil court or administratively. We file enforcement actions to bring compliance if a resolution cannot be met. Now, we always try to bring resolution when we can. It does save time and resources, but if we can't, the ultimate tool, the ultimate hammer is an enforcement action. Again, whether administratively or in Superior Court or both. So, as Barry alluded to, there are licensed investment advisors and broker dealers that we enforce the securities laws against, but then there is a world of securities transactions that not everybody appreciates that we also regulate. Our job is to regulate all securities transactions in New Hampshire, not just ones that people are used to hearing from their brokers and their investment advisors, but any sale of a security. And the legislature has defined security to be very broad and includes a whole array of business transactions that not everybody appreciates involves the sale of a security. For example, if you start an LLC in New Hampshire and you sell interest, membership interest in that LLC to another person, that's the sale of a security. So a big part of our enforcement world is routine sales practice cases or frauds and everything in between with our licensed agents. And then the other half of our world is those that are unlicensed. Perhaps they should be licensed. Perhaps they don't need to, but there's a whole other world in New Hampshire where you're selling securities and they're also within our purview. And we get a lot of cases like that. So you have the licensed world and sort of the unlicensed world. And so we have about 6 attorneys that work on enforcement in our office. 3 are strictly enforcement. 3 have, as you can expect in a small agency, multiple roles, but we have at any given day around half a dozen attorneys that are working on enforcement, just to give you a sense of the numbers. We have a really good working relationship with the insurance department here in the state, the banking department, and you heard from Brendan Garrard, the Consumer Protection Agency. We work very closely with them as well. In fact, there's a statute that requires us to meet on a periodic basis. And I think Representative Hunt recognizes that statute. I think it's 21
That was created after FRM.
Oh, you brought up those words. Yes, ever since I think 2011 or 12, there was a statute that requires us to meet periodically, and we do. And we don't just meet periodically because of a statute. We routinely work with them on cases because oftentimes there are products or fact patterns that involve possibly banking and securities or insurance and securities. And so we are often working together, required to meet periodically, but meeting even more often as cases present themselves. We also work very closely with the criminal authorities, again, with Brandon Garrard's Consumer Protection Bureau. They have a criminal component to it. And we're proud of many cases that we brought with Brandon's group. And I say with because we'll act as the agency that refers to criminal matter, but then we'll stay on, we'll be fact witnesses. I've been asked to testify as an expert in some matters. So we don't just refer matters to the DOJ, we work with them and making sure that people who violate the criminal statutes are also held accountable. So that's another big facet. And it's not just the New Hampshire Department of Justice. We have a great working relationship with the U.S. Attorney's Office to bring cases that violate federal law. And with them, we work with the FBI. And so we have some great counterparts in the federal criminal agencies as well. And civil agencies, the Securities and Exchange Commission. There's some overlap in our regulation with the federal government, and we work really closely with the Securities and Exchange Commission on matters that touch both of our laws. Mostly the Boston field office, where we've really worked closely on a number of matters that I could talk at length about. We're a part of the North American Securities Administrators Association, known as NASA. Not the fun NASA that everybody knows about. There's an extra A on the end. But that is a conglomerate of state regulators. It's every single state in the U.S. is a part of this organization, as well as Canada, Mexico, and some certain territories like Puerto Rico, Guam. And we all come together, and it's a really great way to bring cases that cross borders. So we, all of the professional staff in our office play a role with NASA, whether they're serving on committees or working on multi-state matters. We work really closely with that national organization to help each other not reinvent the wheel on cases of mutual interest or issues that others have seen before. So we have a real good role there and relationship there. And the only other agency I wanted to mention is known as the FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. That's a self-regulatory agency that has some overlapping jurisdiction with our office as well. So there's a number of agencies that have to work together, that should work together to bring compliance with New Hampshire securities laws. And every year we have a number of cases that we're either bringing on our own or we're bringing in conjunction with other states. That's the overview of enforcement. We're really proud of that function of our office, and you probably read in the papers about various cases we've taken, and there are many more in the pipeline. We have a lot going on in the office. The other part of our office is pooled risk management programs. Nothing to do with securities necessarily, but it is housed in our office, and it's a very important function. Pooled risk management programs, RSA 5B, is the statutory mechanism by which political subdivisions can pool their money together to purchase insurance. And that statute's been around since the 80s, and we were given enforcement authorities beginning in, I want to say, around 2009. And there are 4 pooled risk management programs in New Hampshire, and they are responsible for hundreds of millions of dollars of political subdivision money being pooled together for the purpose of purchasing insurance. And there's a lot of parts of the statute that give a great benefit to 5B programs that allow them to have a cheaper price. There's power in numbers. When you pool your money together to buy something, generally you have a better price if you pool your resources together. So that's where we come in and we regulate and ensure that that market is functioning as it should be. And that includes reviewing annual filings. These pooled risk management programs are required to provide us with audited financial statements and actuarial reports on an annual basis. And we have another broad set of tools provided by the legislature to investigate and bring compliance with RSA 5B. And there's a number of cases we've had in the past 15 years that some of you may know about in that area. And that regulatory authority, that ongoing monitoring and compliance continues. And that's a whole other, could spend an hour talking about that. But that's another area of our office that we're very proud of. That is a very important role and a lot of money flowing through. That's a broad overview of the 2 topics. I'm happy to take questions, just not about cases that are pending.
Perfect. I'm glad you did bring up the pool risk, because that legislation all came through this committee also. So
thank you,
Representative Spear.
as the role of cryptocurrency evolves with securities and as it's being defined at the federal level, will you be getting involved in cases of the various kinds of frauds that happen with cryptocurrencies and things like that?
Thank you for the question. Great question. Cryptocurrency is a topic of a lot of interest amongst retail investors. When retail investors start looking at something very carefully, that's where our role comes in, because it's very popular right now. And so we need to make sure that in New Hampshire that we're fostering economic development while balancing investor protection. Our job is investor protection. We recognize fostering capital formation is the other part of our job. It's a balance. And so we have had cases in the past that our office has brought related to cryptocurrency frauds. We brought that by ourselves in cases of, I'm thinking of one in particular where a complaint came in related to cryptocurrency investing, and we brought that case to its conclusion. I talked about NASA earlier, and you asked a question of Mr. Gerard about how do you handle with matters that are outside of New Hampshire and online. Well, that's the cryptocurrency world. And so having relationships with the federal government and through NASA and other states is another way to tackle that. And there are cases that are brought by, they're multi-state enforcement actions where many states come together and investigate and bring cases against cryptocurrency matters. We have a few settlements like that in the past, and I won't speak about pending matters, but it is a hot topic, and both us and the industry and the conglomerate of state regulators are all looking at it. And I understand there'll be more legislation coming in.
So
this
if we
session.
have legislation with respect to that, you are the guys we go and talk to?
We are definitely one of the players that would be testifying about bills that impact
Sounds good.
cryptocurrencies. And we look forward to working with this committee through any bills that touch upon the Securities Bureau. Cryptocurrency is a very broad term. So it depends on the details.
So, but because we have no regulatory, no statute or anything like this point, it would right now be under the AG's office, Consumer Protection, in terms if somebody had a problem or a complaint about it, that's where you would be taking it at this point. Would you agree with that, or?
To some extent, depending on the nature of the complaint, there is an exemption in the Consumer Protection Act for those involving securities. So it really depends on, again, cryptocurrency is a broad term
That's
used
true.
very broadly. And if a complaint came in like that, I'd be working with Brendan Gerard at the Consumer Protection Bureau to figure out where our jurisdiction lies.
Yeah, but I think when we had when we had it in banks, we clearly defined that it was not a security, that it's a commodity, and therefore it would not have the privilege of being exempt from the Securities Division. But maybe that's something we'll have to look at. Okay. Oh, Representative Pacelli.
Thank you for taking my question. So securities trading is a commodity online. Many firms are now online. So how do you deal with robo-advisors that are really just a algorithm? Is that a challenge for your office?
Representative, if I could just ask for clarification at the very end, the type of advisor you were referring to at the end?
Those robo-advisors.
Oh, robo. Okay,
which,
sure.
it's just an algorithm and it's rebalancing your portfolio, and there's no person on the other end. It's a algorithm,
Yes.
computer algorithm.
Well, actually, there is someone at the other end. There is somebody who is, I would say, pulling the strings behind the robo-advisor, the one who's actually creating the algorithms. A lot of even larger securities firms in the country have a robo-type platform. So it's not new to firms that have been around for quite some time. We still hold the firm or the individual behind that algorithm responsible if something were to go awry. I think a concern that we have is to make sure that there's adequate disclosure to the client, that they know exactly what they're getting into, that perhaps a robo-advisor may not be able to respond as quickly as someone who's seated right here in New Hampshire advising the client. So there are certain risks with that. It's untested in some areas. And then if I may just kind of expand a little bit, the other area is artificial intelligence, which we're hearing more and more about. And we're seeing that term being touted in the world of investments. And so our concern right now is to make sure that if a firm is saying that, or an individual representative is saying that, well, we are supported by AI, or AI is supporting some of the financial decisions that we're making on your behalf, we want to make sure that there is actually an AI technology behind that. because what we're seeing is quite often there's not. It's just a little bit of hyperbole. It sounds great. It sounds like it's cutting edge, but we want to make sure that there is, in fact, that technology out there and that it's actually being provided. So, and if I may, Mr. Chair, because in the interest of time, we have just one other component. And if I could approach with some investor education materials to the members of the committee. Okay.
Yes, we
Okay.
love literature.
Thank you. And there's absolutely no charge for this. All of these materials have been paid for by fines and penalties imposed by the Bureau. And that's the absolute
That's true.
truth.
You've done very well with fines and penalties.
Yes, we have.
Been very lucrative.
So an important component of the Bureau is investor education. As I mentioned before, New Hampshire being a wealth center and where assets are here in the state, and there are certain segments of the population that are more vulnerable than others. And seniors are, in fact, a part of that population. So we do a fair amount of outreach to senior organizations, lifelong learning programs, trying to reach seniors and advise them, inform them of investment fraud and scams that are taking place in New Hampshire. But we're also expanding our message to other segments of the population in what I would call the middle market. And that would be civic organizations, comprised largely of individuals, business owners, people who also have assets, who are approached that are also in a position where making decisions every day and perhaps even making investment decisions without taking into consideration all the factors. Also, a younger population is a concern for us, those entering the workforce. So as you'll see before you, we developed, under the direction of Secretary Scanlon and Deputy Hennessy, developed a New Hampshire Investor Guide, which is, I think, a terrific piece. We've provided a copy to all representatives as well as senators, describing the industry, all the various terminology, basic information about investing, the types of products, but also things to be concerned about in terms of scams, questions to ask financial professionals when you're considering retaining one. We've also expanded that. You'll notice there are a couple other pieces in there. I'll point one out in particular that we developed called Marriage and Money, which, but believe it or not, when you marry, there are so many different considerations that you have to keep in mind. That is what happens to debt, joint debt, or how is that held? Modifying your governmental documents, actually changing your name, considerations about insurance, a number of financial factors that we're targeting newly married couples and providing them this information, making it available to city and town clerks throughout the state, because that's where you get your marriage license. Second is your new job. This is a brand new piece, along with working with financial professionals. Your new job is really geared for recent college graduates or those soon to graduate, and all the considerations when you begin a new job. Pension, if there is a pension plan today. Your 401k, investing in your 401k, purchasing your health insurance, all these other financial considerations that are not necessarily geared toward financial fraud, but just making important financial decisions. So that's part of our role as well. So with that, we'll certainly answer any further questions of the committee.
Representative Walsh has a question.
Oh, and these are also available in Spanish as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that Director Glennon came to my town committee, came down south, traveled down south, and made a presentation
Was
at
it
the Hampstead Kingston.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember that.
Our committee. And it was a big hit, and he did a great job, and I highly recommend that you utilize this fabulous resource of Director Glennon and his department, because it was, and he brought these and handed them out to everyone. So it was great.
Okay.
And thank you.
You're welcome.
Love to have you back.
And we extend the invitation to any representative that wishes for the Bureau to speak to your group. And Mr. Chair, before we leave, I just want to point out that I've had the opportunity to appear before this committee for 15, 20 years or so. I am retiring at the end of this month.
Oh,
but I just wanted to say to you, Representative Hunt, that I truly I want to thank you for your support of functional regulation here in New Hampshire all these years, recognizing the importance of each of the state agencies, whether banking, insurance, securities, but also the concept of exclusive jurisdiction over the respective areas. You've been a real champion of that, and it has helped us enormously over the years. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least is the Liquor Commission. See, I always thought the benefit of marriage was that it's the only time you can change your name for free. Marriage and divorce. I already have a copy. Yeah, that's good. And I think we're batting 1,000 here. We're getting the chairman here. Evidently, when Commerce calls, the big cheese shows up. Yes, yeah, one for the file. Good, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry about the delay.
No problem. Thank you. Okay. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Joseph Malika, Chairman of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, and with me is our CFO, Tina Demers. So you have a handout in front of you, which is our updated primer for 2025. So we'll start out on page 2, listing that there's 17 controlled jurisdictions in the United States. And of course, Maine and Vermont are 2 as well, our neighboring states. The 3-tier system on page 3, which includes the manufacturing tier, wholesale.
What are the black spots on the control states? Do those like certain cities or something have local control, or that was just accidentals, like Minnesota, and
South Dakota.
and Alaska?
Well, I don't have any idea. So that map's been provided to us in their counties.
They're counties. They're controlled counties. Okay.
That's what the chief is telling us.
Okay.
So,
He's the chief enforcer, so we always believe him. Okay. Sorry to.
No, that's okay.
Cut in.
That's good information.
Right. Who knew?
So on page 4, we got quickly into the value of the 3-tier system. And just as part of the 3-tier system, product tracking is the biggest piece of the 3-tier system, which prevents the sale of tainted and counterfeit alcohol. And just for a note, methanol, which is included as industrial cleaning products, is the biggest piece of tainted alcohol. And last year in 2024, worldwide, 1,200 people were affected and 400 people died from tainted alcohol. In the past 5 years, 11,800 people have been affected by tainted alcohol, again containing methanol, and 4,500 people have died. So when you look at our control system, obviously those stores are retail outlets. They're there for the buying public, but they're also a control piece. So everything that goes through those stores is tracked, counted. Every one of our stores is cameraed for various reasons. And part of the control model is keeping control of that controlled substance. So on page 5, we'll go to competition. Back in 2011, Governor Patrick signed a bill which increased the amount of liquor licenses that could be held in the state of Massachusetts. Basically, that opened the door for Total Wine to come into the state of Massachusetts. Total is our biggest competitor, and they are the biggest revenue producer and the nation's largest independent wine and spirits retailer. They have 277 stores in 29 states. They have 11,000 employees. At this point, they have 8 stores in Massachusetts since 2016 when they opened their first store, and they have also opened 4 stores in Connecticut. And that becomes significant when we break down where our business comes from, because 25% of our business comes from Massachusetts and 50% of our business comes from cross-border sales. So on page 6, we'll take a look at the national global factors impacting alcohol sales. And we'll notice on the bottom line of the first paragraph is, for the first time in nearly 30 years, there's been a decline in alcohol sales nationwide, minus 2% in 2023. So that's a 30-year run of increase and a 2% decline in 2023. We're looking at about, and that's a nationwide figure, we're looking at about 5.2% nationwide in 2024, and they figure it to level off at a total of about 5.6% decline nationwide in 2025. So there's a few positive signs in the alcohol business. Obviously, sparkling wine, beer, and alcohol-free spirits, all of which we sell in our stores, are seeing an uptick. We're seeing a lot of dry January, sober Octobers. So there's kind of a lot of pressure on the alcohol business now nationwide. And if you look on page 7, for the first time, more Americans are using marijuana on a daily basis than alcohol. And what we're seeing, the numbers that are out this year, 33% of the people over the age of 21 last year were using cannabis in some shape or form. This year, it's gone up to 44%. So, and anti-alcohol organizations such as the neo-prohibitionists and the World Health Organization has also now claimed that no level of alcohol consumption is safe. So alcohol is under a little bit of attack, just as part of our revenue impact as well. So on page 8, we'll notice that the surrounding states, Massachusetts has 355 licensed retailers for cannabis, and you can see the numbers that they've done. Maine has 218 licensed retailers, and Vermont, which is in their second year of business, has 79 retailers, and they have paused taking any additional licenses putting licenses in play. So the Liquor Commission doesn't take a stand either pro or against, but when we see the decline of revenue, we have to understand where it comes from. We're here to inform and support, and part of the information that you need to have is that cannabis, health impact, and baby boomers aging out of the liquor market are 3 of the biggest pieces that are causing alcohol decline nationwide. So we can move on to an operational overview. On page 10, the commission generated $744.4 million in 2024. We have 65 outlets, 9 are state-owned and 56 are leased. At the bottom, you'll see that we run under and are governed by RSA 176:3, which optimizes the profitability of the commission. We're here to maintain proper controls and assume responsive and effective operation and provide service to our customers. We'd like to add the word exemplary in there. So that's what we set out every day to do. And in redoing our stores and outlets over the years, that's what was our vision of being able to serve our customers better. On page 11, you'll see that the commission is made up of 3 divisions: the organizational structure, We have the Office of the Commission. We have the Division of Enforcement. We have the Division of Administration and the Division of Marketing and Merchandising, and the corresponding full-time positions that are involved in those. And if you'll notice that the 285 classified positions in the Division of Marketing and Merchandising, that's including all of our full-timers in all of our 65 outlets. Let's see, the division responsibilities on page 12. You'll notice that second bullet, we have 6,200 licensees, which is under the Division of Enforcement. We have the Division of Administration, which oversees the finance services, DOIT, human resources, auditing, plant maintenance, inventory control, and legal services. One of the things that we've asked for this year, which is also included in the budget numbers that we've put in, is to break out the finance piece, which was a recommendation from one of our prior audits, to put in a director of finance. So that would be broken out of the director of administration, and those financial services, those 22, 23 people would be under a new director of finance. And as I said, that number is already included in the budget that we've asked for. Page 13, Next Gen project, a little update on that. Next Gen is what we call the update of our front of the house and back of the house systems at the Liquor Commission. We had a 40-year-old plus or minus system, which was called Mapper, which the Liquor Commission had used for many, many years, and quite frankly and openly had kicked the can down the road as to whether they would update it or not. It was long overdue. There was only 2 individuals working for the Liquor Commission, which were both part-timers, that were able to work on and adjust this system. So we've certainly got our life expectancy out of that one. And we've moved on to a new system, which is a Microsoft system, D365, which is a cloud-based system, which will allow the Liquor Commission to sort of step into this century and do the types of things that retailers are doing today with much more ease. There's a cost that Tina will go into with having that system. So we have gone from basically a zero cost, having a couple of part-timers work on a system, to nearly $7 million. So certainly worth it in the long run, but a big step forward for the Liquor Commission. And although we're not seeing it in the revenues this year, it's certainly part of the asset that we've created for the state in updating the Liquor Commission. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Tina, and she'll take you through the revenue trends and the language. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. On page 14, you're going to see our net profit history. The first graph that you see is from the inception of in 1935 to 2024. We've provided $4.6 million to the general fund, and in the chart further below, you'll see the 10-year history of our trend. In FY24, we had $25.4 million less than in FY23. And there are 2 main factors for this reduction. You have, first, our gross profit was down by about $7 million. And this is because of the increase in costs in products and for an increase in discounting to try and stay competitive and keep our customer base. And the second, we had increases in our expenses. The expenses increased by $16.5 million, and this primary factor was $9.5 million in salaries and benefits. So we had $4 million for full-time position changes. We had to bring in some new positions for the new system, and then the 10% pay raise that went into effect for fiscal year 24. Yeah, and then there was $3.5 million increase for our part-time, for salaries and benefits, and for the rate and change in pay. So now bring in our part-timers at a higher rate of pay to compete with other retailers, and that had a $3.5 million impact. And then benefits were a $2 million increase. And then finally, we had $5.5 million for depreciation on our new system, because that is being depreciated over a 5-year term. So it's a large hit in 1 year to start. On page 15, you're going to see our FY24 actual revenue transfer to the general fund, and then our estimates for 25, 26, and 27. And these are all based on the current trends. Row 1 has net revenue. It's down in FY25, but is projected to be up slightly in 26 and 27. Row 2 and 4, 2 to 4, are the transfers to the other funds per the RSAs governing revenue transfers prior to our transfer to the general fund. So there are 2 RSAs, and their language is listed at the bottom of the page. The first transfer requirement is the 176.16, and that's the 5% of our prior year gross profit that needs to be transferred to the Alcohol Abuse and Prevention Fund. And then you have RSA 126:AA, and that's the transfer to the Granted Advantage Healthcare Program. And it's also important to note that within this RSA, there's a provision that HHS can determine if there is a shortfall in the fund. They can request additional funds from the Liquor Commission to offset that shortfall. So this year, we've just received a letter that they're requesting an additional 1.1 to 2 million is what they're anticipating, which are not in the numbers. Then you have on row 5, that's the actual transfer to the general fund after the transfers to HHS, and then beer tax, and you come to the total transfer to the general fund. So on page 16, this is just a 5-year history of the revenue and expenses. And as you can see that there was a peak in revenue during COVID, and we've had a decline in the years following. And then you'll also see that our expenses were pretty flat prior to this year, where we had the large increases of the 16.5 million in expenses. On slide 17, this is just our revenue broken down into our 3 main category sources. You have beer tax, liquor and wine revenue, and then our other revenue, which includes licensing, lottery, direct shipping permits, and other miscellaneous revenue. Oops, missed a page. On page 18, this is a breakdown for FY24, which is our sales by our customer types and by spirits and wines and accessory categories. So retail sales are through our 65 retail outlets. On-premise sales are sales for restaurants, lounges, brew pubs, and social clubs. And then the off-premise are sales from convenience stores, grocery stores, and then retail wine stores. So you'll see that retail spirits are 50% of our business. Retail wine is 22%, and that's a total for retail of about 71.5% of our business. And then you'll see on the pie charts the breakdown by the spirits and wine in each of those categories. On the next slide, these are the top 15 outlets for 24. They made up 285.8 million with 7 state-owned locations, and they made up 50% of the top 15 locations. And the final, on the map. I don't think the numbers, the locations are correct, but I think the numbers didn't get updated. I noticed that a little late in the game. I wasn't able to finish it. Hoping nobody noticed. So on slide 20, the agency's sales, There are 3 licensed agency stores that sell spirits and wines. You have Greenville in the southern part of the state, and that was established in 2003. And then there are 2 licenses in the North Country, Pittsburgh, which was established in 2005. But you'll also see that for Errol, there's a breakout of 2 locations, and that's because the Errol General Store went out of business and LL Cody took over the new location. And with that, I'll turn it back to the chairman for marketing and merchandising.
Okay, thanks, Tina. Okay. So on page 21, we'll look at the marketing and merchandising. Page 22, you'll see that we have 65 retail outlets, warehouse and distribution, warehouse space, 240,000 square feet. The DHL warehouse in Bow is a contracted warehouse. We have a 20-year contract with DHL, and we are in our 11th year of that contract. So the overview is that they do merchandising, they do our negotiating and purchasing and pricing for products, and advertising is all part of the marketing division. Retail outlets, you can see that we have 9 state-owned, about 141,000 square feet, and 59 leased, 573,000 square feet. And now 37 of those outlets do curbside pickup. Our state-owned stores, as of 2024, do about 21% of our business, 156 million on slide 24. On slide 25, since 2012, we've updated and relocated 44 of our outlets. That's pretty much over and done with. There may be a few others along the way over the years, but the majority of them have been done. Recently, we opened a new store in Derry and new outlets in Nashua and Keene. At this point, we're finalizing the redevelopment program of our properties on 95 North. The RFP has gone out. We're waiting for the finalization of the purchase and sales agreement and the master development agreement before we bring that selected bidder to Governor and Council for approval. On page 20, just some quick photos of these new outlets and the sales that they've done. The Derry store, the new Nashua outlet, and the new outlet in Keene, Swansea. So marketing goals are to bring the best products and values to our customers. Obviously, that's more important now than ever because of Total Wine having those 12 stores in New England. And again, as I've said, 50% of our business comes from cross-border sales. So we have to be very sharp and keen in our pricing and our discounting because a lot of that business comes from outside of our borders. On page 30, you'll see that our website, we have 125,000 visitors a month. And our in-store pickup on the right-hand side is about 3.2 million in sales with an increase of 2.1% over 23 and 12.2 million year-to-date since the implementation of the curbside pickup. So you can go on the website, order your product, pay for it, and pick it up in the stores, or we'll bring it out to your car and deliver it. And one of the goals in the near future is home delivery of product. On page 31, just some of the advertising and marketing we've done and we continue to do on a monthly basis. A few displays in the stores and some of the things that we've added over the years. On page 32, just an update on how we use our monthly sales to promote it via email, in-store outlet, digital advertising, and social media. And social media has become a huge part of our business, as it has with any retailer. We have over 10,000 followers on Instagram. We have 162,000 plus followers on Facebook, and we have about 7,300 followers on X. We send out 7 targeted emails a month to each email address that we have. So we find a balance between bombarding people with emails and making sure that they're getting a look at the products that we have for sale and the great prices that we have. And you can see that that's working because of on page 34, you can see that 92% of our reviews, Google reviews, are either 4 or 5-star ratings. That's important to us. Consumers are active on that platform and they tell us what they think, and it seems to be very positive. On page 35, charitable contributions, which are not charitable from the Liquor Commission, but in concert with our broker partners. You can see some of the charitable organizations that we've given to over the years since 2015, and we have raised nearly $4.3 million for those organizations. And at this point, I'll ask the chief to come up, and he can walk you through the enforcement, licensing, and education piece. And then we'd be happy to take any questions that anybody might have.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman. For those of you, first of all, for those of you who I know very well, congratulations. Welcome back. And those that are new, congratulations also. And we do a lot of good work in this committee, and we plan on the same good work moving forward for this coming year. So moving to the presentation, if you flip over to page number 27, a lot of you know our mission and vision statement. We call it the new 37. I'm sorry, 37. Thanks. I heard whispering too. Good looking out. We referred to it as the new liquor enforcement 8 years ago. A lot of you know that I came over from Division of State Police after 28 years, and we reformed, restructured liquor enforcement. With that in mind came a new mission and a new vision. The Division of Licensing and Education dedicated itself to education as the foundation of what we do on a daily basis. Not only for our consumers, but our licensee holders. We believe that a partnership, a true partnership between us and our licensees was paramount in both of our successes. And is proven year after year in both of our successes. With our vision, we look forward to administering these laws in a fair and equitable fashion, and are very open to constructive criticism and or just new creative ideas. We believe that our success is being just as creative as the industry is, and that being at the forefront of our minds, we believe that we need to be open for those conversations. About 3 years ago, we became CALEA accredited. Those of you that know the law enforcement world, CALEA accreditation is the gold star accreditation throughout the world. With that in mind, International Chiefs of Police, Noble, IACP, PERF, and all those law enforcement organizations have backed this as the #1 accreditation for law enforcement agencies. We are a full-time sworn full jurisdiction law enforcement agency, not under the purview of anybody else other than the Liquor Commission. And with that in mind, we are now the only state agency that is CALEA accredited and one of only 20 in the state. So we as you can tell, I spent a lot of time on that. We're really proud of it. It took us a long time to get there. And there are some agencies in this state that just because of the way they're structured just won't make it to that point. If you go to page 38, you'll notice that the three-prong approach for liquor enforcement, licensing, and education. Enforcement, like the chairman said earlier, we look at the three-tier system, and we inspect and regulate that three-tier system accordingly. to add to that tobacco products. Tobacco products is in our purview. We work very closely with DRA in our relationships there to make sure that that industry sells their products in a safe manner. Licensing, we're really proud of because with that partnership that I spoke to about earlier, we're able to have open conversations, providing guidance to our licensees through the application and licensure procedure. You will hear this constantly through the associations that come and testify before you. And again, our foundation in creating another solidified partnership with our stakeholders on awareness and education is education. And we talk about alcohol control laws, administrative rules, and responsible business practices. We talk about that constantly with our licensees and share the trips that happen and the successes that happen without divulging, of course, business secrets amongst each of these businesses that creates the successfulness of them. So if you turn to page 39, you'll look at the staffing levels for the division. They go back to 2009 just to show you how we've gotten to this point in 2025. We started with 26 total sworn positions. In 2011, the division went through some reductions. But as you heard from the chairman earlier, and I will reiterate, the amount of licensees have almost picked up 2,000 since the time I came in 8 years ago. We now are a total of 21 sworn investigators. Our licensee to investigator ratio is about 413, almost 414 licensees per investigator and their responsibilities on a nightly basis. We also have 11 part-timers. Our part-time contingent, sworn contingent, is there to support our stores in loss prevention, fraud rings, theft rings. I will tell you every one of their backgrounds come from large municipalities throughout the state. Manchester, Concord, Nashua PD, to mention a few. State police is another one. So this level of professionalism is at an ultra high level. We really hold that near and dear to our hearts. Page 40, you'll see our licenses that a lot of you are very familiar with because we talk about them quite often in this committee. We have 52 license types for liquor sales. Of course, like the chairman said earlier, everything that we deal with is in Title 13. It's very neatly placed into that title. So if we have any questions or our licensees have any questions about any of the liquor laws, it's easily referenced. Again, just quickly reiterating on and off premise, just to give an example, on premise, because this gets confusing. On premise are restaurants, lounges, brew pubs, social clubs. Off premise would be a convenience store or a grocery store or a retail wine outlet. Moving to page 41, number of liquor licenses and revenue collecting in fiscal 24. License types, our on-premise license types were 2,183. Off-premise, and I'll qualify that with that is always day-to-day a moving target. All these numbers are a moving target. Off-premise, 2,147. Direct shippers, those that, yes, Mr. Chairman, those that ship into our state are 1,369. In-state manufacturers and out-of-state manufacturers are 182. Tobacco-only retail is 223, and special one-day is 177, making our 6,281 licensees. revenue in 24, taxes that were encumbered, $13,349,000. $19.27. Fees, $4,221,163.35. Fines, $142,023.88, and miscellaneous, $333,415.83, totaling $18,053,622.33.
Where's the direct shipping? How much revenue am I bringing in?
We
You have that number in here.
Tino, I'll ask Tina to get that number for you. And I know that's very near and dear to your heart, Mr. Chairman, since you were the sponsor of that bill.
I'll just speak briefly to the committee. There's 13 control states that allow shipping of wine into their states from outside of the state, of which we are one. And there's 8 states that allow the shipping of spirits into their state, again, which we are one. And just to step back for a minute, where the chief talked about pilferage, and the word in the business we use is shrink. Our shrink is less than 0.5% of our total sales. Pretty consistent year over year. So the enforcement division does a great job with being in our stores, touching our customers, guiding them. They see the enforcement people in our stores, and they also are a huge help to all of our employees in our stores to know that those folks are there and kind of watching over them on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very good point. One of the things that's paramount to us and near and dear to us also is the fact that our customers feel safe when they come into our stores. And that was one of the other prongs of taking on the loss prevention and to have this law enforcement group in our stores. Very softly, but handling things, negative instances when they happen, if they happen. We like to be proactive, not reactive. So it's worked out really well. It's a good group. So if I can move to the next page, which would be 42. Education efforts. So I said earlier, public awareness, education is our foundation. If you don't know why you did something wrong, you'll keep doing it wrong. So we would like to partner up and teach the right things. And one of them that we teach is our Fatal Choices efforts. Well, not anymore, our millennial group, right? It's a new group out there. Our vulnerable age group are very smart in this state, and sometimes they need to touch the stove, and we don't want to put them in cars and give them alcohol to find out what negatively can happen there, right? I mean, it's not what we proclaim. But what we can do is put them into a controlled circumstance with a driving simulator or a golf cart that is chaperoned by an instructor with dual controls with our drunk goggles. And we allow them to drive through the cone patterns to see how impairment does affect your operation of a motor vehicle. We do it in a majority of our high schools. Sometimes we have problems with scheduling because we're asked to do it so often. But it's the opportunity to get into our high schools and talk to our vulnerable age group is just one of the most satisfying things that I do as a director of the agency, or the division. So, our mobile outreach unit, which is funded by NABCA, also has a driving simulator in it. We take it on the road with us. I hate to equate it to the bookmobile, but it's like a bookmobile. It goes out to our municipalities to do PR events and talk to kids and adults about the negative effects of alcohol.
I thought it was a booking mobile because you can book
what's that?
somebody. You can book somebody, right? Don't you?
You used to.
Yeah.
You used to be.
Booking.
It used to be historically. It used to be the DWI command post. We don't run it that way anymore.
Is it the
It's
same
very-
vehicle? Because I don't remember.
It is the same. It's
I don't remember the
rebranded.
canopy on the other
Yeah,
one.
well, it was closed. It is the same vehicle. We rebranded it. We put new decaling on it,
Okay.
and we put the driving simulator inside of it.
Cool.
Continuing with our educational efforts, we have Buyers Beware. It's a campaign that actually is on the table right now to spruce up a little bit, but it talks about the dangers and consequences of providing alcohol to minors. Alcohol awareness posters are what we do in our grammar schools. Again, participating schools we're providing the opportunity to their students to turn around peer pressures and send a positive message to their friends that alcohol doesn't have to be a part of their lives in the vulnerable age group. Presentations. Sometimes you'll see me running in here a little late. It's because I'm usually at a high school doing a presentation. We do a lot of those on a yearly basis. Again, they're really fun to do, and it's really good to get our ear close to the ground to listen to the trends that are going on, both negative and positive. Every couple weeks, some of you have heard me. I do a radio show with Jack Heath down here at Binney, and we talk about our education efforts. That radio show allows us to hit approximately 95,000 listeners at one glimpse. So again, it's another support mechanism to get our message out there to all the people, not only in the 603, but in the tri-state area. Page 44 is talks about our programs. We have an abundance of a very robust education program for teaching our managers and licensees, licensed servers. One being our managers training seminar, MTS we call it. It's an in-person course that is actually required by statute. That all managers or persons in charge take the course. It highlights the applicable laws that businesses and licensees must follow during operation, materials designed for those in management level positions for both on and off premise licensees. Our grocers education training seminar, very similarly, but actually talks about grocer clerks and placement of alcohol inside of an establishment, whether it's a grocer, a big box grocer, or a smaller convenience store. And again, very similar to our managers training, assists off-sale licensees and their employees to better understand and perform their jobs, duties relevant to the sale of age-restricted products. Lastly, in this section, our teams training. I know a lot of you listened to Lizzie's bill last year. This is the training that correlates with that bill that was before you. It is the training of employees on premise, providing in-person and or online training, assisting the licensees and their employees to better understand New Hampshire liquor beverage laws and tobacco laws and apply the concept of responsible sales and, again, service of restricted products and being aware of the vulnerable age group that might be out there that might try to partake in an alcoholic beverage or purchase an alcoholic beverage. Continuing on page 45, licensee education program. We also do the same training for our own people. As you'll see in the first one, liquor and wine outlet training. We take our training of our own employees very, very personal, and it is very positive. They help us out with telling us what the trends are that are out there, and what they are seeing in our customer base. And false identifications is always part of that. Fraud rings, if they see that. There's just great communication between that group and our loss prevention specialists. Next, liquor establishment security training. That's more for your security staff and your management. They talk about, and it coincides with the next bullet for fictitious ID training. So we're talking more about those on-premise establishments that are either running during the night. How do you deal with a negative instance that might have occurred? Getting us involved to help you out and mitigating that problem that exists at your establishment. Again, we take all these trainings on the road. We go to the establishments. We do run it in-house here. And each and every one of you that in this committee or in this legislature could take the opportunity, if wanted to go into any one of our training segments and see it for yourselves. I know some of you have. So, and thank you for reminding me of that by the smile. So, switching over or looking at page 46, you will see that in 2024, our training segments, licensee training and liquor store employee training, total persons trained 11,155. Our 2024 public awareness events are 59 throughout the state. Estimating total attendance and outreach, we're really proud of 135,500 people. And that's probably that's an estimate. I say it's probably a little higher. Down below, you see some pictures of our theme car that has a lot of great messaging on it, does some parades for us. We do the Concord Christmas Parade and a couple of parades, Old Home Day parades throughout the state. Near and dear to Deputy Chief Danielle Elston's heart, we had been running for years with Investigator, our male mascot. Last year, through a grant, Alligator has come into our ranks, and they have done some great work, just talking about our mission and statement, and vision statement, and just making sure that our vulnerable age group, our kids, stay safe throughout the state.
So at this point, we'd be happy to take any questions that you might have. 1.4 million in direct ship, Mr. Chairman. You're doing all right. Doing all right.
Looks like we have some questions.
We have some questions from the committee.
Here's my question. It's kind of, you have an interesting, complicated thing here because you're a big part of the budget and it's important to the state of New Hampshire. Yet there's all this, as you mentioned, there's all these research coming out again about alcohol, and we already know about tobacco. So where do you see the agency, going forward in 10 years? I mean, it's kind of a dilemma. I mean, should we have wet Januaries to encourage drinking, or where do we go?
Well, we're Representative, we're in the business of protecting the business itself. We're not a public health agency.
Mhm.
So much like our stand on cannabis, and we don't take a stand on where the Liquor Commission will be in 10 years. We know that it's been a profitable agency since 1934, and we hope that it continues to stay that way for many reasons, not only from the profit standpoint, but from the standpoint of public safety for the people, the citizens of the state.
Thank you.
Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I don't expect you to have the answer, although you might have it, but if you could get back to me, I'd appreciate it. Turning to page 26 specifically, Being in a town, I'm speaking for my constituents, where you removed a liquor store, and we are all still very upset about it. I would like to know what did our sales compare to the sales of this facility, which is 2 miles down the road from another state liquor store. So it seems kind of odd that you would move one that was in a different town that served a different group to a town that already had another store literally less than 2, because I've measured it. Not that I'm upset over this or anything.
I'm sure we've measured it as well.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
Yes.
I'm not sure which store that you're talking.
Hampstead,
Hampstead.
Route 111.
Okay, we'll be happy to take a look at what the numbers were.
Yeah.
And get
'Cause
back to
this
you.
store that you opened, it used to be what was it, Savers or something like that, whatever it was. It's just down the same road. It's a straight line to the store at
new
the
Dairy-
exit 5.
To the new dairy store?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, this store that you moved in Derry is 2 miles down the straight line to another state liquor store at exit 5, which I think is actually Londonderry.
Okay, all right.
But it's still 2 miles away from another state
Yep.
liquor store, whereas ours wasn't.
My bet, and just looking at it, I'll get you the actual numbers of all those. But I would say that traffic count probably has a lot to do with the reason.
Just-
And the biggest thing that we do is obviously we want to be with like-minded retailers. So we want to be where people are shopping and there's retailers around us. Some of the locations that we've closed are because there is not a lot of retail in specific areas where the stores used to be. We had a lot of stores that were, we had 82 stores when I started at the Liquor Commission. We have the 60 plus now, but the important thing to note is that we have 357,000 more square feet in less stores than we had originally. So
Oh, I'm sure you did the research and it made sense, but I would be interested because
Sure, happy to
it's
do that.
still a topic of conversation on the two
Obviously, you didn't
Hampstead.
shop enough.
Well, it's still on the two Hampstead, community pages. How upset people are that it left. So that I'm asking for my constituents. I'm concerned about them.
Right,
Of
you want
course.
to be able to.
I
answer them.
participated.
Did- all I
spent
can
plenty
say
there.
is there a market basket or next?
They're
to-
right. Yes, there's a Hannaford's that is like 1/2 mile away, and a Walgreens, and so there are other retails, but there's no other liquor store other than that in Derry, Salem, or Plastow.
I would say that I have to drive more than 5 miles to get to our brand new liquor store.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Happy-
Representative Selvey.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I just would like to know a little bit more about statistics on what are the percentage of the underage drinking in last 3-4 years, whether it has gone up or down, and what we are doing if it is going up.
So thank you for your question, Representative, and hello.
Hi.
So underage drinking has actually nationally trended down, which is a great statistic, but it doesn't mean that we let our guard down with that. We right now, and I talked about that robust foundation that we have, those on a yearly basis, we are doing more and more in our high schools. It just took a little while to get the message out. And it took us a little while to spruce up our training that we've had for years. And some of it we needed to be a little bit more creative with. So we feel we're at that point. We're still looking for creative ideas to move to the next level. But we, and I offer to each one of you, I've had people take me up on this. If I'm in your area and doing a talk at one of your schools, please come by. I'd love to share the microphone and
If you're
podium.
in
with you.
Ward 5 Nashua, let me know.
Yes, I definitely will. Thank you.
All right, Representative Trezisa.
So I'm from Nashua, and
We have 3 now from Nashua.
so yeah, that's the question I had. That actually there are 2 outlets in Nashua. I know one exit 6 and one exit 1, and that has a lot of cross-border consumers that you mentioned. You mentioned that there is another outlet relocated. Is that a third one in Nashua, or is it something he relocated from Nashua to Nashua itself?
There.
There are only 2 right now, but I see here on page 37,
Nashua.
27, Nashua outlet 32 relocated.
Yeah.
So do you relocate the existing one from somewhere to somewhere?
Yeah, it was in the same plaza. We just relocated to a freestanding location in that store. So we have Coliseum Ave, we have the one at the Rockingham Mall.
No, I'm talking about Nashua. In Nashua, you have one in exit 1 near the Fedgetland Mall and one in exit 6. It used to be.
Exit 6.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, but they moved it.
There's one over by the
But
new
Coles-
one.
Where the Coles was, I mean, the Coles is exit
Yeah.
6. So there are 2. So what is this relocated? Is that a
He
new
said-
one? Or is it something existing one from Nashua to Nashua? But second,
There's 3. Coliseum Ave, the one at the mall, and the one that you're speaking of. There's 3 stores.
So 3 stores.
Correct.
okay, I was not aware of the third one, but
So that store that was opened was in the back of a mall, much smaller, and we moved it out when a Pier 1 import went out of business. We moved that store out to the front.
Pier
of-
1 Imports, that's
Yeah,
the one, yeah.
It was a Pier
It's a
1
nice one.
Imports, and we moved it out to the front, right on the highway, right out front. That store used to be in the back of that plaza.
He was
okay.
hiding.
So the exit 1, same. You just moved.
Yes.
Okay.
No, no.
And the second.
Okay, all right.
Second question was, you did mention in your presentation that half of your business comes from cross-border consumers. So does it mean that New Hampshire is doing much better than Massachusetts and other states, surrounding states, in terms of liquor sale? Or what's the reason that you're getting half of their business? Because they also have their own business as well, right?
They do. And they have Total Wine is there, obviously, who is our biggest competition. Thus, the additional discounting that we've had to do in the past few years. So traditionally, New Hampshire has been one of those places that people come to and shop. They have second homes. They come to ski. They come to snowmobile, recreate in the summertime. So a lot of that business comes through, and that's where a lot of that traffic
No,
comes from.
no sales tax.
No sales tax. They actually repealed their tax on alcohol a few years back
Okay.
when Governor Duval was in place because he recognized, I believe it was 8% at the time, that the tax was encroaching on their sales. And that's another thing that brought Total Wine to Massachusetts. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Right. I mean, in the old days, Massachusetts was just a lot of little packies, small stores, and then once they opened it up, which everyone thought it was going to be the grocery stores that were going to take advantage of that, and
We have
lo
big-
and
we
behold,
have
it
big
was
outlets
Total
comparatively.
Wines.
Yeah.
Representative Allen.
Question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question. I didn't see it mentioned in your packet, mainly from my own curiosity. You have a program for limited release, mainly spirits, I think. And if you could just explain, I think it's a lottery-based system. If you could just explain how that works and how much revenue maybe comes in from that, and what's the secret to getting, the winning lottery?
Get on the mailing list.
Signing up for the mailing list is the original piece that
Yeah.
gets you into the lottery. We do 2 lotteries a year now, 2 for general public, and I can get you the actual numbers, but it's pretty staggering as to the amount of alcohol that's brought through. Those items come to us every year on an allocated basis. So rather than put them out in the stores and have some consumers get them and some consumers not, as well as licensees, we designed 2 a year. So 2 for licensees and 2 for private consumers. And you put your name in, and I think this year we gave away 36,000 bottles in one and 16,000 bottles in another. I'll get you the actual sales numbers, but we've had the most positive feedback from our consumers since we started doing this, because a lot of consumers don't have time to troll our stores or our website, which is really the way people do it. They troll the website for those allocated products. They go in and buy them all. And then, quite frankly, they'd resell them. And that was, people were, people are making money in the black market all over the country on those allocated items. Weller, Pappy Van Winkle, Buffalo Trace, etc. So we found that this is the fairest way to do it. And I'll get you those numbers, Representative. Yep.
Question?
Okay. Oh, another question. Yes, Representative Spear, another representative from Nashua.
My question has nothing to do with Nashua. One of the things that we talked about last year was some kind of, I guess, a video we decided on, or you decided on, and presented us with a video about don't overdrink. That there are problems with people over drinking. I'm wondering if you're going to be expanding on that program. And we have a lot of talk about not getting alcohol near youngsters, and that's can't do too much for that.
Sure.
But what about people over drinking who are overage?
Well, I mean,
You're supposed to know better.
Does everything have to be a bill? I mean, did we have a bill for education for
No,
youngsters?
that was the beer distributors had a video about why we have the 3-tier system. Well, that's what the video was about.
Okay.
I'm not even sure I like the 3-tier system, but that's me.
That's for another story. Yes. Okay.
But I mean, just some kind of an educational thing that's a little more than just one video that we had. I mean, I thought that was a good start, but I kind of thought maybe, I mean, we have so many DUIs and so many other accidents and everything else, and it's not all just by young people. I mean, I see that they announce it in the paper every week. Are you thinking about any of those kind of things?
Well, one of the things, I can get you the actual numbers on how many times that video has been played and what stores it's been played in. It's,
Okay.
we've done, a couple of legislatures have requested that, and we've sent it out to them, and we're happy to do that. Any ideas that you have,
Okay.
anything
So
that
you're referring to the video that's now running in the stores.
The 211 video that
When
we
you-
designed last year.
That was an answer to Eric
Yeah, that legislative tourist. Okay, so I stand corrected. It's not the beer distributor one. This is the one that you can now see in. Not all the stores have the big screen TVs, but they all.
amongst a lot of alcohol advertising.
It's on a 7-minute loop, so every 7 minutes in one of those stores that's being played. So, we actually
I
have,
think he has another bill in again this year, so
we
stay
have-
tuned.
Yeah, we have the number of impressions and how many times that's been played. I'll get that to you.
Yeah.
But you want to see something aimed at.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe we
Geezers?
need something. I really appreciated how much effort was put into the young people effort. But with all the DUIs and everything else that we have, shouldn't we be spending some effort on older people effort?
Right.
That's what the video is for, but obviously it's not
All right,
totally
we
working.
we can discuss this offline. So, thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
The last part of our event is that I invite. We are the most lobbied committee, and I did invite lobbyists to stick around. I didn't realize it was going to be this late, so I apologize to them. But this is an opportunity to meet these faces. You'll hear from them on any given issue, and then. So, Jody, why don't you lead it off?
Thank you. late in the afternoon, so just an introduction. My name is Jody Grimbalis. I own a lobbying firm here in Concord. My colleagues are Adam Schmidt, and my new colleague is Heidi Kroll, who many of you have seen before the committee before in a previous role, but now she's working with us. So we're very excited. I have passed out a list of our clients. We do come to the committee for a number of different reasons, a lot of business groups, trade organizations, pharmacy issues, real estate issues, cannabis issues, et cetera, et cetera. So we just want to be a resource, try to help you if we can. We have quite a longevity, and I'll leave it at that. How do you want to introduce yourself?
I'll just say good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Heidi Kroll. As Jody indicated, I'm working with her and Adam, and I'm just happy to, as she said, be a resource should any issues come up on any of these clients. Our contact information is at the top of the sheet, and we also have business cards. Happy to give those out afterwards for anybody who needs them, and we look forward to working with all of you this session.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Paula. And you don't have to come to the mic. You could just speak to us, but whatever you feel most comfortable. I don't think. Okay, I don't think this needs to be on the tape. So yeah, it's fine. Okay, Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Curtis Barrett. Hopefully, each of you has received a letter from me outlining with a brief description of the clients I represent before the committee, with the exception, please pass along my apologies to Representative Cole. Apparently, he's back on the committee.
Well, I don't know if it's official yet, but
But anyway, thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to working with you on a variety of issues throughout the session.
okay. Lindsay. I know he looked familiar, but I didn't know his name. So what is his name? What is your name again? Hamlet Pine. Okay.
We represent the majority of the property and casualty insurers in New Hampshire. We spend a lot of time here in this committee working on the P&C, your home and auto insurance. And we do that through two trade groups, the state domestic, the New Hampshire Association of Domestic Insurance Companies, and then also the national trade group, which is the American Property and Casualty Insurance Association. And then we also do some health insurance work with Cigna. Yes, Cigna, they are one of the larger plans. They are mostly in New Hampshire in the large group market. So they are those larger employers that
Great, thank you. Beth, I haven't visualized what row you guys are in. Okay, so we'll get all three of you. Okay, great.
So my name is Henry Bayou. I'm with the Champaign Capital Group. Beth and Simon are partners of mine. There are three others in our firm, Bruce Berkey, Karen Susi, and Laura McIntyre. What brings us before this committee the most are the Lodging and Restaurant Association. So we have all that. We also have the chain drug stores.
Chain drugs, yeah.
Simon works with, that's like that. We have the American Council of Life Insurers, life insurance, long-term care, disability, so those types of services.
Chiefs of police.
Association. A little off topic, once every 5 years or so, you have a bill for the New Hampshire Funeral Directors Association.
And then just got done with the Liquor Commission, Anheuser-Busch.
Yes. Right.
And then, so that's the manufacturing tier. The third tier, the retailers represent the New England convenience stores.
The convenience stores.
So that would be.
Unlike Jody has, didn't you have, used to have,
Stuart Tracy used to have the grocers.
grocers. No. You know, Tim Robertson, yeah. Gas distributor, which is convenience stores too.
They have merged.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, Jim Robertson just passed away. Yeah, he just passed away. So, okay. Yeah, right. Ooh, yeah. Don't want to forget those guys. So then then of course Bruce also had the ski New Hampshire. God, you all forgot everything his clients, you know. God, what would you do without me? Okay. Yep. Next. The next group.
Thank you. Nice to see all of you. I recognize a lot of familiar faces here. So I'm Tom Praisall, Managing Director at Demers, Praisall and Thomas.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair, and all of you. Really appreciate this opportunity to say hello. I'm Sean Thomas, the much lesser part.
And we also have two other lobbyists, Jim Demers, who's our president, and Jonathan Melanson, who are just can't be with us in this room today. We have a number of clients, about 40 clients, and we're here with you for most of them. We have liquor clients, the Wine and Spirits Brokers Association. We have banking clients, Bank of America, the Mortgage Bankers and Brokers Association. We have the New Hampshire Retail Association, Walmart on that spectrum. We have Reynolds American for tobacco issues. We have Pharma. Who else do we have? Airbnb.
Airbnb. Oh, I didn't know when. Yeah, I guess you just got Airbnb last year. Yeah. So it'd really be good if you sent an email to all the members, even the ones who are not missing, and list all the customers. I just got a thank you from Bruce, by the way. So somebody's still tuned in. So, but I think.
We're in the halls every day, so if you see one of us, if we don't represent them, we will find you.
You'll find someone. Right. Okay.
Hello, I'm Rich Parsons. Rafi Picnicelli. You saw my colleague Gina Powers here earlier today. She had to leave. We represent the grocers now.
Okay.
We also represent some that will be here for. We have a list that we'll send you afterwards.
Yep. That'd be good.
Grocers, credit unions, Fidelity, Comcast, Reynolds, Amazon, United Therapeutics, Dartmouth College, all over the board. We also represent Anthem Insurance, the in-house lobbyists. They could have been here, but couldn't being at the Department of Insurance, I took priority. So that's her name's Sabrina Dunlap. She's happy to answer insurance questions.
Great. Thank you. All right, Dan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dan Bennett. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. We're a trade group representing the motor vehicle industry, 550 or so businesses, car, truck, motorcycle, snowmobile, ATVs, construction, farm equipment, both franchise and independent. So pretty much, it's got an engine and tracks and wheels, we'll take it. We also run a self-funded workers' comp trust, we provide health insurance for our members. Couple cornerstone issues for us, as you've heard over the years: safe roads, consumer protection, and then making sure that we have an efficient regulatory environment for our businesses. We're regulated by both the banking and the insurance department. You heard from them this morning. We work very closely with Amelia and Mike and DJ and Pete. They're great to work with. They're very open, they're very receptive, they're very accessible. So I believe we've got a good productive working relationship there. I'm going to leave some contact information for me as well as some information about our association with you. One important point I do want to point to on that sheet is we run an AutoCap program, which is an auto consumer complaint program.
Great. Thank you. I'm not sure I know who you are.
Newly with the
I thought he was with you. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. So. Okay, Jackson, come on up. And Jackson's mother has just been elected senator and will be on the Senate Commerce Committee. Small world that it is. Okay. You got everybody? Yes. Okay. Thank you all very much. And I'm aiming to try to get do hearings on next Tuesday, but that's based on whether I can get a committee room. Otherwise, it'd be Wednesday. We only have 6 bills in committee at this moment, so who knows what we'll have tomorrow morning when I'll be allowed to schedule bills. So otherwise, we'll try to be doing something next week. Thank you all.